All right. What, Orlin the Mage? I'm just getting started. Okay, how are we looking? How are we looking? There's a hair hanging down that I did not know was there. I really should like look in the mirror before I stream at some point. There we go. You always look the same. I do not. Okay, I do. But that's because I don't pay any attention to my appearance in a general sense. Welcome, my friends. Welcome once more to our tri-weekly gathering, where we partake in activities that are not rituals, and that are not rituals and also not gay. Exactly, Zickan. Very, very important. To know that this is a completely heterosexual stream. We'll be penetrating only heterosexually today. Just let the dogs out. Been a long day on the feet. That's good, Zonifer. Take a load off. Kick back. I'm happy you're here. We're gonna do some happy little hacks. Pretty out of character. Not sure if I buy it. That's fair, Perfidious Reprobate. We're just basically. Everything I say today, just like mentally tack on a no homo onto the end of it. That's for the best. We're mentally tacking no homo onto the end of all of our statements. No homo. VOD on YouTube, no homo? Absolutely. Absolutely. I do owe you VODs on YouTube, Kaizenski. I am behind on no homo. Is Top Gun Maverick making you hot and bothered? No homo. Yes, it is. It is, in fact, making me all hot and bothered. I'm excited about Top Gun Maverick. I'm going to see a different movie tomorrow, though. I'm going to see Men. Men, which is an A24 movie by the director of Ex Machina. And that's all I needed to know. I feel like the Vince McMahon meme, where it's like A24. It's like a move. It's a movie that looks creepy, and I'm like. And then he says, "Oh, it's A24." And then he says, "Director of Ex Machina." that's where I'm at. That's where I was at with it. The Vince McMahon meme. I'm convinced A24, dude. A24 has yet to fuck up. They're more consistent than Pixar is. Like, as good as Pixar is, they still made Cars 2. Okay, they still made Cars 2. So. What is A24's Cars 2? They don't have one. A24 doesn't have a Cars 2. A24 keeps cranking out fucking bangers non-stop, dude. And they're particularly bangers that I'm into because they typically lean into the psychological horror arena, which, and you know Al. Al loves him some psychological horror, okay? I mean, to this day, I can call up Helen in the middle of the night and go, and she fucking curses me out for that shit. I can't do it anymore because she's realized that she can make the grudge noise back to me, and that's not fair. And so we've declared a ceasefire. But on that regard, you love Black Mirror, dude. You think I haven't seen Black Mirror? Okay, here's every Black Mirror episode. Okay, there's like 3 episodes that are. Black Mirror started out real good. I'm gonna be honest. Black Mirror started out really, really good. And then every single episode was... Here's every single episode, okay? What if computers, but we were inside of them? I know. Blows my fucking mind. What if computers, but we were inside? Like, that's every episode of Black Mirror. Like, seriously, there's like 3 episodes of Black Mirror that are not that concept. And yeah, some of them do it well. San Junipero was very good. Like, the best episodes of Black Mirror are San Junipero, White Christmas, Nosedive. I'm debating putting USS Callister on the list. I can't actually decide if I want to put USS Callister on the list. Okay? Shut Up and Dance is also good. I forgot about Shut Up and Dance. That one is also good. There are good episodes of Black Mirror, but notice that all the episodes I just named were like the first 2 seasons. Like, the first 2 seasons, and then it went on for 3 more seasons. And every single episode was, what if we had people, but they were inside of computers? Like, it's like they couldn't get away from that idea. They just couldn't. You know what? One of the most underrated episodes, I would argue, is Metalheads. Yeah, 740i just mentioned it. Metalheads. Like, that's an underrated episode. People don't talk about that one. But that one is actually good. Yeah, the 740i, that one was Metalheads. The one with the robot dogs, that one was very good. I like that one a lot. Those things were fucking scary. Those robot dog things, those things were fucking scary as shit. And I'm here for scary as shit. I'll tell you that right now. I am here for scary as shit. Bandersnatch was a letdown. I didn't like it. I didn't like Bandersnatch. And there were a couple of those episodes that were too on the nose. Like, there was the one where they elected there's the one where Britain elected, like, a cartoon character prime minister or something. It was like a raunchy comedy cartoon character as prime minister. That hit too close to home, okay? It's too close to home in real life. It's too close to home. We can't, listen, in America, we're having some problems. Okay, we're having some problems. We elected a reality TV star, okay? We're having some problems. I would have rather have had the cartoon character. Unironically, I would have rather have had the cartoon character than the person that we actually got. Yeah, exactly. It was too close. It was too close to home. I didn't like it. I also didn't like White Bear. People talk about White Bear. That one is fucking terrifying. But it's not terrifying in a good way. It's terrifying in a horrendously implausible way. In a horrendously implausible and immoral way that I don't like. Look, I already listed like the 4 good episodes. Okay? There are like 4 good episodes. And there's the no homo episode. Don't forget the no homo episode. That's on theme. I can't believe I didn't mention that one for today. I'll still watch the new season. Like, I'm not going to not watch the new season. Nosedive was too on the nose. Oh, I agree. I keep finding parallels to Nosedive all over the fucking place. I thought Nosedive was pretty spot on. Free, I'm free. Hopefully you've thought about what you said, the Hazy Cracker, okay? We don't have any more problems, will we? Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, great. All right. We got In the Spirit of No Homo. In the Spirit of No Homo. We have some news. We have some cybersecurity news today to talk about No Homo. Here we go. National Bank hit ransomware troll hackers with dick pics. So, I want gay penetration testing. Listen, if you want gay penetration testing, then you can probably just show up any other day of the stream. This is the National Bank of Zambia. Now you might not know. You might not even know what Zambia is, but it's Zambia's down here, and it's a country you think about so little that you don't realize that this actually isn't Zambia. This is Zambia. This is Botswana, I believe. Yeah. Okay. Decryose and Dry Potato know what. They know their geography. Good one. Yeah. This is Botswana. This is Zimbabwe. You can correct me if I'm wrong. This is Mozambique. I know that. This is South Africa, obviously. This is Namibia? Is this Namibia? Is this Namibia? I'm not going to look it up. Is this Namibia? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, cool. I'm correct. It's this. This is Zambia. Okay? And this is how you can tell Elon Musk is not the Chad you think he is. Because if he was a Chad, he'd be bordered by Cameroon. Okay? And the Congo. If Elon Musk was a Chad, he'd be up here with Cameroon and the Congo. Okay? That's how you know. So we head on back to... Anyway, this is the Bank of Zambia. They're hit by ransomware. And as is so commonly the case in these cases... the case in these cases, no homo. We don't know all the details because, you know, organizations don't release the full details of breaches for many reasons. Okay? So we don't know the full details of this breach, no homo. But we do know there was a testicular response. Whoever wrote this article is fucking great. This is why I come to Bleeping Computer, okay? Apparently the ransom gang was Hive, I believe. The Hive ransomware operation. And some Chads at the Bank of Zambia. Instead of sending the ransom, they indicated they were not going to send the ransom by sending them dick pics. Suck this dick and stop locking Pank networks thinking that you'll monetize something. Learn to monetize instead. What Chads? Absolute Chads. These fuckers are bordered by Cameroon, okay? Sharing a border with Cameroon. What Chads? Anyway, I'm assuming that they were able to prevent the worst of the breach from happening. Probably able to restore from a backup. But obviously, this is the objectively correct response to a ransomware operation. Cannot imagine antagonizing threat actors is a great idea. Yeah, if you are testicularly disinclined, that would not be a great idea. I would argue this is the best way because it's the Chad way. Okay? It's the Chad way of responding. And I mean, yeah, they probably just had a backup or something like that. We don't know all the details. I just thought it was funny that they decided to go with the dick pic operation. Testoni with the 4 months. And Kronks Bozonks with the 7 months of Prime. Jay-Z bringing P. Kuko into the cult. Zero Kieran with the 8 months. Chef Key with the 4 months of Prime. And Suna Mike with the first time Prime indoctrination into the cult, no homo. Welcome to the All Has Red team. Welcome back to our continued cult members. Did I say cult? I'm sorry. We are merely a passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Okay? Mavencast, Miss Primo, Knob D Nose. Thank you for the follows. And Teddington, thank you for the 100 Tig old biddies. And then they realized their backups were corrupted. I mean, I'm not that is a possibility. I mean, we don't know. But my guess is, since they were so antagonistic, my guess is they were able to avoid the worst of the breach, which is great. Westleaf EJPT worth? Well, considering the course itself is free, yeah, I'd say it's worth. And yeah, it's looking good on resumes. It's common to see HR departments looking for that certification. So yeah, I'd say EJPT is worth. Usually when people are looking for a good starter penetration testing certification, I do recommend the EJPT. So if we do offline backups, when Bill, the CEO, opens that doc file and the whole company is encrypted, we can send dick pics. Exactly. That's how it goes. What's your thoughts on Pentest Plus? Is it you feel a good cert? I think there are better certs. I think EJPT is a better cert. I think OSCP is definitely a better cert. But if you're looking for a cert to just get yourself into the field, Pentest Plus can't go wrong for you. Give it a good shot. Whatever you can get your company to pay for, okay? Butt Stab. Excellent name, no homo. Peroon's Warrior. Thank you for the follow as well. No homo. So, my friends, what are we doing today? What chicanery What shenaniganry? What tomfoolery awaits us? What gognoggles shall we delve into today? I was thinking we'd keep it to Try Hack Me today. We haven't done, like, the harder Try Hack Me boxes in a little while. We could restart the Raw series. I kind of want to work through the Raw series again. We don't necessarily have to do that today. Obviously, you'll get to choose. You'll get to have your choice in the matter. Because I love democracy. I love the Republic. Okay? Listen, we're gonna do some votes, and we're gonna decide on which box to penetrate. No homo. Okay? Do I buy a subscription or individual course for OSCP? You buy the course and then a certain amount of lab time to work on the course. So when you make your purchase for OSCP, it comes bundled with a certain amount of time in their private labs. And I would recommend that if you can, get your company to pay for it. Get your employer to pay for it. Is now only 90 days for $1,500. Yeah, people have been complaining that their prices have been going up. Yeah, and I mean, inflation has been happening, and OSCP is a better cert than when I took it. When I took it, it was $1,000 for 90 days, and it's a better cert now than when I took it. So you're getting better value for your money, and it holds more weight on a resume than it did when I took it. You could buy that. I deeply recommend against that. People ask me a lot, should I do the 12-month option? I deeply recommend against that. And people will say, well, what if I get my company to pay for it or whatever? And, like, that's great. But if you have to spend one whole year in the OSCP labs preparing for OSCP, it probably means you're just inordinately scared of the exam for no reason. There's no reason to be so scared of the OSCP exam. Just get in there and take it. I recommend you just give it a strong, concerted effort for a few months. Take the exam. If you fail it, then you retake it once or twice, and then you're good. Just get it out of the way. Don't, like, I deeply recommend that you don't try and put it off for a year. People do this all the time where they're like, and I know because I went through it too. I've been there. I've 100% been there. Like, if you try to do the 12-month option, I guarantee you're going to do less in that 12 months than you would have done in 3. Because when you sign up, it feels so far off, right? It feels like you have a year. You have a year to prepare for that OSCP exam, no homo. Okay? You have a whole year, and what are you going to do? You're going to procrastinate. It's human nature. You're going to procrastinate. And then half of that time goes away, and you still have 6 months. It still feels like it's forever in the future. And you still don't do anything. Like you're not actually going to do anything until the last couple of months. At which point, you should have just bought the 3 months of lab time. You would have been done with OSCP by then. You would have put in less work. This is how it works, okay? Don't do the 12-month option. OffSec is doing the 12-month option to capitalize on people who are scared of the exam and keep pushing out their exam to indefinite times in the future because they're too afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of failure. You know what defines someone who is actually bordered by the Congo and Cameroon? Okay? Real Cameroon bordering nations, okay, are defined by their ability to face the possibility of failure. Okay? Real Chads are defined by their ability to face difficult challenges where they may fail. Okay? You have to suck it up, be brave, try to think of the OSCP exam as just more of the labs, if that helps you with it. Okay? Try not to get so wrapped around the axle about it. If you fail, you're in great company. I know pen testers who have failed it 4 or 5 times. Like practicing pen testers who have failed it many times. The OSCP exam most people, I would say, fail it the first time. It's hard to say. They don't release their metrics. Only OffSec knows for sure. But I think that my guess is that most people do fail it the first time. Okay? So if you fail it, you're in good company. Try and pick yourself back up. Okay? The best teacher failure is. You failed, pick yourself back up, and you'll be better and do better the next time. It's supposed to be an entry-level exam. That doesn't mean it's not supposed to be hard. What, do you think an entry-level exam is not supposed to be hard? Like, yeah, it's an entry-level exam. But guess what? There's no free lunch in the hacking world, okay? There's no free lunch. There's people who can actually do the thing, and there's CEHs and CISPs. People who can actually do the thing and can put their money where their mouth is and push through and accomplish something, and there's CISPs. Which do you want to be, chat? Which do you want to be? My fear is the report. I suck at writing. That's fine. That's a totally legitimate fear as well. This is gloom. But that's an easy one to remediate. Just have someone look over your work. Have someone proofread your work. I love your motivational speeches. Listen, this is what being a hacker is about, okay? Being a hack, we get on this stream and we get on Kali Linux and we do some penetrating, no homo. But ultimately, what hacking really is, it's persistence. You're gonna even with OSCP not in the rear view mirror, you're gonna get out in the real world and you're gonna fail at things. Sometimes you're just gonna get beat. Sometimes you're not gonna get domain admin. Sometimes you're gonna be 99% sure that a web app is vulnerable to local file inclusion or XXE or whatever, and you're just not gonna get there. You're just gonna run out of time and you're not gonna be able to make it work. That's just life, my dude. Everyone fails. And what defines a hacker and what defines a great person in any career field is their ability to learn and adapt to failure. Accept that you just didn't hit the mark this time and do better next time. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? This is how and OSCP is preparing you for that. By being an actual test of your penetration testing abilities and not some multiple choice piece of shit like CEH or CISP. And also being difficult. Because honestly, hacking is difficult. There's never going to be a time in the real world where you're just like, well, sometimes there is. Sometimes you're just going to get on, you're going to turn on, you're going to scan the website and things are going to be super easy. Sometimes things are just going to be easy, and that's the way it is. But honestly, it's rare. I have struggles daily, and you just got to push through that stuff. I just failed OSCP on Sunday after rooting 2 boxes and sat in AD pulling my hair out. I was sad for 5 minutes. Now I'm more determined than ever. Shin Ryzen. That's exactly what you should be thinking. That is the mentality of a true hacker, okay? The mentality of a true hacker is their ability to adapt to that failure. And I'm sure you're going to come through and you're going to smash it the second time, okay? Alhazard, you hacked my mom last night. She said it was pretty easy. I bet she did. It was just responder to domain admin, the usual. You just listen. I mean, that's the key to seduction, right? You just listen. It's just listening. All I had to do was set up responder, and your mom just, like, threw me her hashes instantly. Do you have a template for reporting on findings? I mean, every company that you go to is going to have a different template. The chances are good that you're not gonna show up to a company and just be given free reign to give your reports in any template possible. They're gonna have a template for you that they're gonna give. Generally, you have 3 parts to any pen testing report. You've got the executive summary, where you sum up your entire assessment. You've got the findings, which are the details on the findings that you found with all your screenshots and your steps to reproduce. And you've got the mitigations, the recommendations that you suggest. And these are moved around. The executive summary always comes at the beginning, but the findings are sometimes rolled in with the remediation and so on and so forth. Every company's got a different way that they like to do it. It's not, and even OffSec has sample reports with formatting that you can follow. Just go on their exam guide, and they'll have links to proposed report formats. So just take one of those and fill it in. That's all it takes to do the OffSec report. The OffSec report's not hard, as long as you put in the effort. And White Cyber Duck just posted a great link of public pen testing reports that you can peruse, and you can rip off their format if you need something. Where are we on Stream Raiders? Let's do Stream Raiders really quick. Let me go get water really quickly. I forgot to get water before the stream. Don't lose this battle. Looks like we're not going to. Looks like we're going to clap some cheeks. But I'm going to get water. Don't lose. Alrighty. Oh, Technique just popping off. I love it. Well done, Technique. We don't get any special chests here? This is bullshit. I want a refund. We get no special chests for this. What the fuck is the point? Why are they being so stingy? I forgot to change this, so let's go ahead and change it to Cthulhu Cthursday. I spelled Cthursday wrong. There we go. Are normie citizens allowed to own fighter jets? Yes. In fact, I knew a guy at the Air Force Academy. At the Air Force Academy, I knew a kid who's from a wealthy family. I say wealthy, but they was ridiculously. I'm not just talking your buddy Rick, who had a pool and a hot tub in his backyard and had all the coolest toys. I'm talking this guy lived in like a multi-million dollar. This guy's family is in like a multi-million dollar mansion. Like fucking ridiculous. Anyway, his family bought two retired MiGs from Russia. Because apparently Russia is just selling fighter jets to private citizens. So this guy had logged up before he even went to the academy. Keep in mind that he showed up to the academy at fucking 18. He's 18 years old, and he's logged actual hours in a MiG-21. Like, this guy's been. I mean, obviously he can't do a negative G inverted dive. Obviously, but still, this kid has hours in a MiG-21 at 18. It's crazy. I mean, that guy had that fuck you money. Unfortunately, he wasn't really. He was only an acquaintance of mine, not like a close friend, because I was an idiot and didn't suck up to him. But yeah, I knew. But that kid was. But yes, that's how I know you can in fact own fighter jets as private citizens. They're just planes. To be clear, they're just planes. The more interesting part would be owning the warheads that go on them. I'm not so sure if a private citizen would be allowed to own like a fucking Sidewinder missile or a JDAM bomb or anything like that. But the maintenance on them, yeah. But if you got that fuck you money, if you've got enough fuck you money to own your own fighter jets and your own airfield, I'm sure you got enough money for the maintenance on the fighter jets and the airfield. Alrighty. Let's talk about what we're doing for today. Let me log into TryHackMe. I want to keep it to TryHackMe today because we haven't done a hard TryHackMe box in a little while. Did Oreo pass the exam? Sadly, he did. He future passed. He future passed KKT. He proactively passed. Okay. Are there any boxes that you degenerates would like to see in particular? Now, medium or hard boxes today. This is Cthulhu Cthursday, so we do take a little trip down into the Pacific, down to Rilya, okay? Exploring those dark magics, okay? We're digging into the dark magics on Thursdays, okay? Cthulhu Cthursday. So what interests you, my friends? Let's go with newest. Challenges. Now, we did mention the raw CVE 2022-26-9-23. Is this the one you sent me earlier this week with AD certificate services? Now, we could do that one, but Anubis also, but if it's like I think it's a walkthrough, and you guys often don't really like walkthroughs. Walkthroughs aren't as much fun to watch as just the freeform challenges, where there isn't a walkthrough. Why haven't you made a Cthulhu series of boxes yet? I've thought about it. If I ever make a box for Hack the Box or TryHackMe, which I probably will at some point, it will certainly be Lovecraftian horror themed, obviously. I just don't know. I have to come up with a theme. Like, IPSEC has, like, hey, this kind of exploit would be interesting. And he just puts together a box based around that specific exploit. Like, one time he just like, hey, I just want to do JARMs. Okay, let's do JARMs. Or one time he's just like, hey, I want to do type confusion. Or something like that. And he puts together a box based on those things, which is great. That's awesome. I just don't have any cool ideas like that. I need to come up with a cool idea for a box, and eventually I will almost certainly make one. Let's do newest. Have you done Razor Black or Volnet Active? I've done both of those at one time or another, Shin Ryzen. But if you'd like to see, I don't think we've done I think we did Volnet Active relatively recently, but I'd be willing to do Razor Black again. Because I don't remember that one. Okay, if you want to see a certain box, shout it out in chat. CCT 2019, is that a box? Okay, 2019. Ooh, insane rank. Nah, I'll throw it in there. Okay. If you want to feel pain, oh god. I'll put it in there, but that sounds. Ooh. It does say PCAP in it, which doesn't sound as fun to me. But I'll put it in there since it was recommended, and I'm ultimately here to please you guys. Dance, monkey dance. If you want to see a certain box, Raw 2. If we do the Raw series again, we're gonna start with Raw. We're gonna go Raw, Raw 2, Set. Then we'll do Osiris again, and then we'll do Anubis over on Hack the Box. Okay? Well, obviously, we won't do all those today. We're not going to speed run it. But if we do the Raw series, we'll start today with Raw. If you guys vote for Raw. But we're going to take them in order because they're roughly in order of difficulty. Raw is AD related. It's all AD. All of the Raw machines are Active Directory focused. Let's put Hamlet on there because I thought that box looked interesting. This one is Log4j, so I'd rather not. I'm good, thank you. I do not like Log4j. I do not like its Sam I Am. I do not like Green Eggs and Ham. That vulnerability is a pain in the ass to exploit. And it's not fun to watch either. Which is the real crime. This one was cool. I remember this one. I don't remember what this one was about, but I remember I liked it. I remember this one was AD as well. Croc Crew. I'll put Croc Crew in there as well. Because I remember that one was cool as well. There you go. Get your votes in.
A hunter must hunt.
Please fold. Thanks for all the VODs. Hey, well, you're watching the making of one of the VODs right now. You're here watching the... You know how they say, if you like sausage, don't ever find out how sausage is made. But you're finding out how my sausage is made here, no homo. So welcome, Please Fold. Good to have you. Thanks for the 8 months of Prime. Theseus? I can't stream Theseus. It asks you not to stream it. Like, if I go look at Theseus, it asks you not to stream it. Or release write-ups. I wanted to do this one before. I actually think I started the machine up and everything. Yeah. Please don't release any walkthroughs or write-ups. So I can't do that one. I'm sorry. Mills Gold, thank you so much for the first time Prime Indoctrination into the Cult. Welcome, Mills Gold, RPT 1209. Thank you for the follow. Clearly you all like my sausage. That's good news. No homo. Get your votes in, kids. Does he really have to kind of yell all the time? Yes. I just talk loud. Sui joke, Soul joke. I just happen to talk loud.
A hunter must hunt.
So turn the volume down a little bit if it's too loud for you. It's just something I kind of just do naturally. No nothing with the 8 months of Prime. I do it in real life too. If you've ever talked to me in real life, you'll notice that I talk really loud. I just do. I do it without even noticing it. Maticus Maximus with EtsySec. With the first time, bringing EtsySec into the cult for the first time. Welcome to the All Has Red team, EtsySec. Thank you, Maticus, for your continued and devoted... So, God, 166 subs, you psychopath. Maticus, what's going on? What is happening? What's going wrong in your life that you donate 166 subs to a cult leader on the internet? It's a lot of money, okay? Crazy talk, but thank you so much, Maticus. It looks like we have selected Raw. Everyone does... I do want to go through the Raw series again. It's a good series of Active Directory boxes. Okay. Now, the Raw series has lore. Okay, you guys ready for the deep lore? Okay, From Software tier lore. Here we go. You have gained access to the internal network of Windcorp, the multi-billion-dollar company running an extensive social media campaign claiming to be unhackable. Next step would be to take their crown jewels and get full access to their internal network. We have spotted a new Windows machine that may lead you to your end goal. Can you conquer this end boss and own their internal network? Can we do it? Can we do it? Jifferam with 5 more cult initiates. And Zero Kieran with 1 new cult initiate. My goodness. Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing us Digital Warhead, Nosverato, Zoto, Guxor, Not Zero Famous, and 740II. Welcome to the All Has Red team. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, Jifferam and Zero Kieran. Okay. Just praying my Brain Wrinkles tax. I'm not taxing you at all. This is a Brain Wrinkles donation. What's the hardest box you've ever played? None of the hardest boxes have I done on stream. There's only one Hack the Box machine that I never actually finished the way it was intended to be done. There's only one machine I've ever done on Hack the Box, TryHackMe, or Proving Grounds that I never completed the way it was supposed to be done. If I start them, I finish them, and I eventually do them the way they're supposed to be done, even if I do it through an unintended way. The one I didn't finish was Player 2. Player 2 is an insane box on Hack the Box. I got user on it, which was through a Twitch messaging API vulnerability, and but the privilege escalation was a heap vulnerability that I could just never get right. I just couldn't get there. I don't really have, and I keep meaning to go back to it and gain a better understanding of the heap and heap-based exploitation. But there's a lot of stuff that I have. I got a lot of stuff going on. Are OSCP boxes that hard? In the grand scheme of things, no. But there are some of those boxes, especially when you're working on your OSCP, that are going to be hard. Humble made me want to kill myself the first time I did it. It's called Humble because it'll fucking humble your ass. It'll do it. Did they fix that raw bug in the last machine? My guess is not, because I don't think they even knew what's causing the bug. All right, so we're going to start the machine. Move this over here. My buddy did Toby, and he said that was probably the hardest one he's done so far because it had like 4 different Docker containers. Yeah, there are a couple of Hack the Box machines that are like that. I can't remember the names of them, but I remember there were a bunch of Hack the Box machines where I had to pivot between 3 Docker containers or something before actually getting to the host. Those were actually the most fun ones. Humble was brainfuck. Humble was painful. If Humble's still in the lab, is anyone in the OSCP lab now and can verify that Humble is still there? Humble was a fucking pain in the ass. Yes and yes? Oh. Enjoy that one. What IP? I don't fucking remember, dude. The lab has changed so much. It's probably on a different IP now. If you do it the correct way, it is. The user is enough of a pain in the ass, and then I was so fucking traumatized by the user access that when I got user, I just used Dirty Cow to root. Dirty Cow was the hotness when I was taking OSCP. That was the relatively new hotness. So I used Dirty Cow to root. But if you do it the intended way, even the root is fucking painful, dude. The user is the hardest part. The root is not as bad. Here's what I don't... the only thing I don't like about Cool Retro Term is that console always remembered the size and location of the terminal. And with and Cool Retro Term does not. So every time I open it up, I have to resize it to the size I want it. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and connect to the VPN. There we go. Opening the password panel. I remember what you're talking about, EnuSC2. I remember the bug. You're talking about Osiris. That bug is not on Ra itself. The bug was not with Ra. The bug's with Osiris. Or more accurately, the bug is with Windows. Windows Data Protection API does a weird thing. We'll talk about it when we get to Osiris, okay? When we get to Osiris again, we will discuss it. But Osiris does have a bug that prevents you from rooting it unless you're careful. Nick the Jedi, thank you so much for the 4 months of indoctrination into the cult. Welcome to the All Has Red team. Or welcome back, excuse me. Are there CEUs that need to be completed to keep an OSCP active? What do you mean CEUs? That is not an acronym I'm familiar with. Did you share the config to put your ton0 IP into TMUX with Tibbs? No, I forgot. Tibbs, if you're in here, let me know. Remind me after the stream, and I'll tell you what you need to put in your TMUX config. It just looks like this. I'll just show you guys right now. Hang on. If you want to copy it, you can pause the stream. It's in my tmux.conf.local file here because I use omytmux. So your modifiable configuration is in tmux.conf.local. So the actual code is down here. This is it. So there are a couple of variables that you set in order to configure these bars down at the bottom. There's tmux conf theme status left, which is this bar on the left, and there's tmux conf theme status right, which is this right one over here. So status left mine is literally just AF and then stream, or the name of the tmux, the name of the tmux session, and then the windows come after it. And over here we have, this is the actual code that puts the IP address there, right here. All it's doing, at first it's running ifconfig to see if I have a ton0 interface. If I have a ton0 interface, it displays it down here. If I don't have a ton0 interface, then it shows my eth0 interface instead. Does that make sense? That's all this code does. So if you want to copy it for yourself and put it in your tmux configuration, I'll leave it up there for just a second. You can just watch the VOD and pause it if you want. But yeah. All right. Let's ping 10.10.92 166. So we have a ping. And we notice that the time to live gives us is 125. What does this indicate? What does a time to live of 125 indicate for us, chat? Yeah, indicates it's very likely a Windows machine. Okay? That's what we can tell based on this. Continue, it's like extra courses you take so you don't have to recertify again. You don't have to recertify OSCP. If you get OSCP, you have OSCP for life. What in the homo theme is this? Looks busted. You mean the terminal? You talking about the terminal? This is just a cool retro terminal, CRT. It's a cool retro term. I just like how it looks. Looks good. I promise you nothing's broken. My Kali is working as well as always. In fact, this is a fully up-to-date Kali. This is the most recent version. It just looks really good. Nmap, Tech SC, Tech SV, Tech ON, Nmap, Tech V, 10.10.92, 166. So these are the standard switches I like to add for Nmap scans to start off with. So right off the bat, we see a lot of open ports. What are some ones that stick out to us? Well, port 88, 389. 3389, 445-139-53. All of these indicate that it's likely a domain controller. Oh, you mean CRT no homo version? Oh, this is very no homo. Don't you worry. Very heterosexual. It's not a theme, first of all. It's not a theme. It's a different terminal emulator. Like, my old terminal is still right here. This is console. This is the terminal emulator that's the default for KDE. I like to use KDE, so by default, KDE has console as its terminal emulator. This is an entirely different terminal emulator called CRT. You can just install it. It's in the Kali repos. See? It's in the Kali repos. So you can just go sudo apt-tac-y install cool retro term. As you can see, I already did. And you can install it. You can also download it from its GitHub. It has a GitHub page as well if you want. And that's all it is to it. I don't understand why they don't want this taught in schools. Good one. Good one, Global Enjoy. The answer, as always, is the culture war against retro terminals. Okay? It's the culture war against retro terminals that look nice. Good? So we're waiting for... it did finish. Okay, so let's see. We probably got a whole lot of information here. Okay, let's get some notes going. This terminal setup is cool AF. Oh, I agree. I agree. Okay, let me make a new page for raw here. Oh, I can see a problem we're gonna have. I remember a part of this box. Shit. God damn it. I remember something about this box. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But there may be a part of this box that we can't accomplish without, like, running a new virtual machine. I'm already sighing when I remember what the fuck the deal is. But fine, it's whatever. Okay, so what are some things to note? Well, we've got port 88. Again, this is very likely you want to give up. We're not going to give up. We're going to get to the part of the box where we run into this problem. The problem is the box forces you to use old software, and the software is built in Java. And as we know, Java always runs, especially when there's Java code always runs, especially when the version of Java has been updated since the box was created. Java always is backwards compatible, chat. Exactly. Java is run everywhere and is always backwards compatible. So we're gonna run it. We may run into some problems, but we'll get there. Things we're noticing right off the bat. The name of the domain is windcorp.tryhackme. These are things that you definitely want to note in a Windows Active Directory environment. Windows services, particularly Kerberos, prefer host names to IP addresses. Windows works very hard to not force users to type IP addresses into things. So a lot of things like Kerberos won't work properly unless you use host names. That is a very common thing to see. So we see that the computer name seems to be fire.windcorp.tryhackme. I code exclusively in Rust. You should try it out for your next C2 project. I've been tinkering with Rust recently. Taggart promises me it's not as bad as it seems. So far, I have not dug far enough into it to know how to make Windows API calls, which means it's not really useful for malware yet. But I have heard that Rust-related malware is on the cutting edge, so I probably will have to learn a little bit of it eventually. I need to learn Rust well enough to make Windows API calls. I hate the syntax, is the thing. I really don't like Rust's syntax. It's objectively horrible. Okay, so we also see references to something called Jabber. You want to take note of stuff like that. Jetty. Something on port 7070 here, Jetty. And we see references to something called OpenFire as well. A SOX proxy at 777. That's interesting. We see something at 9090. 9091 as well. So it's fairly uncommon to see a lot of services running on a domain controller. And that's because domain controllers, by nature of their function in a network, are going to be doing stuff all the time. Domain controllers pretty much control the domain. They contain all Active Directory information on the domain. They respond to LDAP queries. They handle all authentication on the domain, basically. They're basically handling enough. And if you're putting additional services on them, chances are you're gonna it's probably not the best. Probably not the best. But in TryHackMe networks, you see a lot of domain controllers like this. Okay, so let's start a all port scan as well. Make sure we didn't miss any ports. What was it? 10.10.92, 166. Okay, so while this is running, we can go look at go here, sudo vim etc hosts. Uh, 10.10.92.66. We'll call it fire.windcorp.tryhackme. Windcorp.tryhackme. I run Arch, by the way. Of course. How do you, like, how can you tell an Arch Linux user, chat? In a squad of hackers, how can you tell which one runs Arch Linux? Don't worry, they'll let you know. Yeah, they'll don't worry. And Chris Nova is a perfect example. I go over there, and what's like 10 minutes into me watching her stream, she's like, "Oh, I run Arch Linux. I'm an Arch fan." Like, immediately. Like, the vegans and it's the CrossFitters of the Linux community. Truthfully. The CrossFitters of the Linux community. Alright. We can crack map exec. SMB fire.windcorp. Okay, I'll change now if that's the thing. Look, I'm just saying there's a stigma behind Arch Linux users, okay? There's nothing wrong with the distro that you choose to use. What you choose to do in the privacy of your own home and with your bros, no homo, is completely your choice. Look, Magic. But just don't try to shove it down my kids' throats, is all I'm trying to say, okay? Attack U. Attack P. We could try a null session here. Access denied. We could try the guest account with no password. This is something I've seen before in the wild, more than once. I've seen it at least twice. But looks like the guest account has been disabled, as it should be. So let's take a look at the page. Gar with the raid. Welcome, Gar. Welcome, my friend. How was your stream? How was your stream? Carlos Artman with the 6 months of Prime. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Conquer327, thanks for the follow. Did I miss Star? You have not. I actually looked for her when I went to get water. I don't know where she is right now. I don't know where Star is at the moment. Welcome to our company portal. We do see you can't see it up at the top, but there is a reset password link. Let's go ahead and click on that. And we see this is kind of like an outmoded method of password reset. You used to do this back in like the Neopets days, back in the days of Web 1.0 with Napster and whatnot. This is how we used to reset our passwords. We'd put in our username and we'd we'd answer a simple question that we set at account creation, and we reset our password because we hadn't figured out email codes yet. Tokens sent to emails. Yeah. So this is interesting. And this is going to shock you, but one of the casualties of this method of doing password resets was Republican Sarah Palin, Republican politician in the United States of America. Sarah Palin, who is very hip and down with the kids. As we know, Sarah Palin, genuinely a galaxy brain, okay? Very wrinkly brain. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, listen, I can't even keep that up I can't even be facetious about it. Sarah Palin's brain is so smooth you could use it as a curling stone. Okay? But somebody hacked her email. I say that, but he actually did hack it. Some 4chan troll hacked her email by going through the password reset process, and it was just a series of questions like this that were all easily solved from her Wikipedia page. Like, literally, he just went to her Wikipedia page and, like, found out what the name of Sarah Palin's mother's maiden name was and shit like that, and reset Sarah Palin's email. And I think he got prosecuted by the FBI, actually, by that. I think he actually suffered some legal consequences for that hack. But obviously, it was very funny and also sad that this person at that time was actually a candidate for vice president of the United States. That's the kind of weapon. That's the kind of true weapons grade intelligence. Gotta escape from the city is a fucking bop. Alrighty. So we do see that reset password. I think that's quite interesting. What else do we have here? We very usefully have some usernames here. Let's go ahead and... Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. This is a bop. I say the security researcher guessing Trump's Twitter logon. Oh no, it's golly, and it seems like they're all part of the same. It seems like they're all part of the same political party, just purely by coincidence. one might get the impression that that political party, on average, is somewhat less intelligent than other political candidates. I mean, not to say that that boomer politicians are going to know much about computers, but I don't think Sarah Palin's Twitter has been hacked before. I'm just saying. She probably at least knows what two-factor authentication is. Not Sarah Palin, Nancy Pelosi. I don't think Sarah Palin's Twitter has been hacked, but... Okay, so what are we noticing here? We're noticing that not only do we have... And the reason I looked at the source is because I moused over one of these. If you mouse over these, if you look down the bottom left of the machine, or the bottom left of the browser window, you can see what link that the hyperlink goes to. And you can see that it has email addresses in there. And this one is tinywolf424@fire.windcorp.tryhackme. It's always good to be cognizant of these sort of things when you are, when you're in an Active Directory environment. You really want usernames, okay? You want usernames through any means necessary. You can use open source techniques to get usernames and email addresses. The Harvester is good for that. Hunter.io is good for that. LinkedIn to username is good for that. There's a lot of good open source tools that you can use to exploit open source services to extract those things. This looks like an HR department to me. Our developer department, of course, in HTML. Okay. IT support staff, and it's just a picture of an iPhone, like 6. Okay. And we see some other names here. Emily Jensen. Buse is online. Can you message them? Good question. Good question. I noticed that too. We're not sure yet. For right now, let's just make sure we take down... You want to try and get as many names as possible so that you can try to extrapolate usernames from them. I don't care. Okay. It's doing some markdown shit here. I think this is the Sonic Generations remix. This is not the original Escape from the City. Although, obviously, we're listening to it again. So I did notice that Buse Candon is online here. If I click it, it's just going to... And we see OpenFire listed down here, too. Spark. So it looks like looks like this is linked into something called OpenFire Spark. If we click on this, this is a real website. This is not the box. This is a website on the internet. And it looks like they're using some kind of software called OpenFire Spark, and Buse appears to be online on OpenFire Spark. One key piece of information we don't know is why the fuck his name is Buse. Like, whose parents? Like, okay, so I can just imagine his mom just cradling him, like literally the placenta was just separated from him, like the cord was just cut. Mom is holding the baby and the doctor goes, "What would you like to name him? He's beautiful." And then his mom goes, "I want to name him Buse." What? Life is difficult. Listen, I realize that. I'm saying why. Like, my answer is, like, the real question that needs to be asked here is why. But this is definitely something to note. Like, when you're taking note of, it's always good when you're in an Active Directory environment to be cognizant of what software they're using in their environment. Okay? What software are they using in their environment? Does that make sense? And does that software have any known vulnerabilities that we can take advantage of? In this case, we can try to search exploit OpenFire Spark. I don't think this is anything. Oh, it looks like it's someone asking if it's vulnerable to Log4j. Shark does not use Aww. Oh, hi, honey. Follow me. We've got a remote file inclusion. I don't see anything super promising here. It's not like... Usually with these boxes, if you search for a piece of software and vulnerability, it'll show like remote code execution or whatever, and it'll be the exact version that you see in use on the box. What that means. So I don't know if we find Spark again. I'm just noticing right at the outset of the box that that seems to be a highlight. Okay, ow. She does not like being held very much. Okay, let's look at the page source. We have a bunch of usernames, or potential usernames. Okay, I see something. I see something, chat. What do I see? What do you see? This is kind of silly. It's a little silly. It's not as silly as Search's thing, but yeah. Right there. Lily, L.E., and Sparky. We see that that's Lily Levesque. Lily, L.E., and Sparky. Why does that... Why is that potentially important to us, other than obviously getting to look at her adorable dog? Yeah, password reset. And we even have her username, Lily LE. Favorite pet's name, Sparky. So, that would be why that password reset was there. And it's also why it pays to look at the page source. I hate it when it puts all this extra markdown syntax in here. I just need to remember to paste as plain text every time. Just paste as plain text. But I keep doing the hotkey to paste. Yeah, that would be my next question, EtsySec. How many people have the password change-me1234? Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to find out. How are we going to find out? The first thing is we're going to use crackmap exec here. And see if we can authenticate. So I was thinking we were probably going to have to extrapolate usernames from this and go for an ASREP roast. That's no longer necessary. It is no longer necessary to try and guess usernames. We can figure out every username on the domain now. We have a number of ways we can do it. We can look and see what shares Lily has access to. This box looks like the AD you were talking about you've worked on. Buddy, I haven't just worked on it. I've seen that kind of shit in many, many different environments. I see that kind of shit all the fucking time. Where you have a common password that password resets, reset your password to. And you can spray and you'll hit like 50 accounts. We have read on IPC dollar, which means we can do an RID brute force. We also have this shared share here, and we have the user's share, right? You probably know, but in case not. Yeah, I figured it was Control-Shift-V. I just keep hitting Control-V by accident. But instead, I'm going to run Bloodhound, actually. I'm just going to go ahead and run Bloodhound. We're going to want to run Bloodhound anyways, so we might as well start with that. So we do sudo docker run. Okay. I think the next time I do this, I should probably rebuild Bloodhound. So I'm running Bloodhound Python in a Docker container. I deeply recommend that you run Bloodhound Python in a Docker container or a pipex virtual env, and every single time you run it, you re-download the new Bloodhound. Bloodhound, especially the Python version of Bloodhound, is what it's going to find is very dependent on versions. You want the most up-to-date version of Bloodhound in almost every situation. Okay? Is Bloodhound allowed in OSCP? Yes. TAC name server. It wants an IP address for the domain controller here, or whatever address the DNS server is. Usually the domain controller is a DNS server, but not always. The domain is going to be Windcorp.TryHackMe. The DC is going to be, now in this is what trips people up right here. This DC parameter wants a host name. And it doesn't just want a host name, it wants the fully qualified domain name. So it doesn't just want fire, which is the host name of the box. The NetBIOS host name of the box. It wants fire.windcorp.tryhackme. Right? That's the fully qualified domain name. TAC D is windcorp.tryhackme. We're going to go with collection method all. TAC C all. TAC U Lily LE. TAC P. And I think that should be all we need. I'm here for the HHH heterosexual hacking hour. Indeed. Indeed. Absolutely no homo anywhere on this stream. The running order is to make sure to append no homo to everything that I say today. Is TAC C all incredibly loud? It's quite loud. I wouldn't say it's incredibly loud. In most environments, I'd say I could still get away with it. But it is much more loud than just DC only. It's much more loud than just DC only. because Bloodhound will not just connect to the domain controller. If you do collection method all, Bloodhound tries to reach out to every single machine on the network to try and get sessions, to try and see what users have sessions on those machines, and so on and so forth. And also to get specific information that can only be gotten on that machine. It's not stored on the domain controller. So, is Bloodhound too noisy? No, absolutely not. I use it on red team assessments at CSEC. I just don't do collection method all on red team assessments. On red team assessments, I'll just use DC only. TAC-C DC only would be the option I'd put in here. On a pen test, I don't give a fuck about being stealthy, dude. I'm just gonna go TAC-C all. Do you use ZSH or Bash? I use ZSH. So why are all passwords the same? Because they're defaults? I don't know what you mean by all passwords the same. You can just guess that this password is that you're gonna have when you have one common password that people's passwords are being set to whenever they ask for a password reset. Chances are you're gonna get more than a few hits in the environment if you spray for that password. That's just the way it is. Because users don't always change their password right away. They just don't. Don't tell Sarah Palin. Also, watch out. Mark Parsons going to bust your door down for veering source. I know. All the conservatives are going to come for me. All the conservatives are coming to take me away. They're coming for me. Alrighty. So now we have these JSON files in here. This contains all of the information on the domain that we would like. The first thing we're going to start with, though, is this one. We are going to cat out this. This contains all the users and information about each user, so we can take a look at it. And we see that it's all this big JSON encoded mess. But if we take it and we pipe it into JQ, not the Jewish question, okay? We are not about that JQ on here. You see that we now get a much better formatted, output, and we can actually, I think it's .data.properties. Shit, it's not properties. I think it's .data to start. Okay, all right, stop. Pipe it into less. I just need to remember how to parse the JSON data. This is an array. You can tell because it starts with brackets. So we're going to need, what was it then? And then what was it? It's properties name. We want this name. We want all the usernames, right? JQ it. Chat! That's not a funny joke. Not a funny joke, chat. Not a funny joke. So here we have big cock 505 right here. We want all of these names. I want all of the usernames on the network. The rest of this is going to get displayed to us in Bloodhound much nicer. But I want all of the usernames. It's always helpful on a pen test or a red team assessment to have a list of all usernames on the network for a variety of things, largely password spraying and that sort of thing. So if I remember right, we want data properties. Is it like this? Okay, yeah, that did it. Okay. Data.properties.name. And there we go. Will you be posting this stream to YouTube? Yes. Does this make sense? And we can clean it up even further. Because I can do this. Look at that, chat. God, flying battery zone. Jesus, I fucking love flying battery zone. I am all about flying battery zone. Fucking theme song. The fucking theme song. So now we have a nice clean list of all the usernames. Yeah, and they all have great names like Lazy Cock, Heavy Snake, Big Cock, Purple Gorilla, Angry Goose. Exactly, the goose is loose. Oh, Chemical Plant Zone is also another fucking banger. And Metropolis Zone. What machine is this? This is Ra on TryHackMe. Let's move users.list to user emails.list, because technically this is user emails that we have here. And we can cat user emails.list. I fucking love Flying Battery Zone. I listen to it while running. I've been listening to it while running recently, and I just absolutely love it. We can get all the usernames. Oh. Do you pretend to be Sonic? I do the Naruto. I don't know why we're calling it the Naruto run. Okay, I don't know why people call running like this the Naruto run. Sonic's been doing that since the beginning of time. Okay? The actual beginning. There was the Big Bang, and then there was Sonic doing the Naruto run. Okay? And I just called it the Naruto run. It should be called the Sonic run, okay? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And we can pipe this into users.list. I love Sonic no homo. Unfortunately, thanks to the rest of the Sonic community, you do have to say no homo after that. All right, so now we have a list of users. Cat users.list. And we see a list of usernames here. So now we can go crackmap exec can take. We can use either crackmap exec for this, or we can use curb-root. I would typically use curb-root. Because curb-root is faster, and it just targets the domain controller, which is where most authentication happens anyway. It's faster and quieter. But the first thing, if we're going to use Kerberos, we have to use sudo ntp date. Okay, so we now have synced our clock to Ra. So we need to do that if we want Kerberos to work. Kerberos is very sensitive about time, so we want to make sure that we set our time to the server that we're targeting. It's tripped us up in the past. And now we'll do curb-root. We'll put the password in there. Okay. And then the DC is 10.10.92.166. The domain is going to be windcorp.tryhackme. So this is something you always want to do with a list of usernames and a common password like change me 1234. Why do you pronounce sudo when it's really pronounced sudo? Because that's how it's pronounced. How often do you need a time sync when using Kerberoot? Usually just the one time. Just the one time. You just need to make sure that your machine is properly synced up with the domain controller. Because not only will Kerberos fail, it usually won't fail for any reason that it'll tell you. It'll usually just fail, and you won't know that it even failed. Bug Greedo with the 3 months. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Bataflaka with the 10 months. Welcome back. Wing Gundam, No Limit Fitness, U Mosby, and Var Debile. Thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain to you, my friend. Sodo. It's pronounced how your boss pronounces it. Okay? I usually pronounce it sudo or sudo. Sudo is probably the most correct option. And we see we got a hit with Lily Isle, or what? Lily LE. But we already knew that, so we already knew that her username was gonna pop. What are we trying to accomplish? We're trying to see if there are any other users in the domain that have this common password set. We know that they set this password whenever they use their password reset function up here. Whenever they use this password reset, their password is reset to this value. And we're banking on the fact that users may just not change their password, which is very, very common. I did this on my most recent assessment. On my most recent assessment, I broke into a user's email. And it was it just happened to be a help desk user, a help desk technician. And the help desk technicians handle a lot of password reset requests. And I was seeing that the help desk user was setting their passwords to be one common value. Which I'm not going to say, because you'd know what company I was testing. And what I did was I did exactly what you just saw. This is real life technique that I used on an assessment I did last week. I used JQ on my Bloodhound data to pull out a list of users in the exact way that you just saw me do it. Actually, I think I did some Vim magic instead of cut to remove the extra characters, but everything else was exactly the same. And then I sprayed using Kerberoot and that password, and I got like 40 hits. I'm not kidding. I compromised like 40 accounts instantly that way. This is a super common vector. Super, super common. Let's use Stream Raiders. I don't know if it just got done here, and yeah, it didn't work, but it does work in real life. And my goal here is not just to root the box. My goal here is to make you a better pen tester. And part of being a better pen tester is knowing what to try in real life. A lot of pen testing is just having hunches on what to try, just trying stuff. Knowing what to look for. And what to do with the information that you find. Then I'll play. Yeah. So let's say that the password I found was welcome to. Here, we'll go through it again. I did not just do that one password either. 1 second. I'm starting a Stream Raiders battle and we'll get back to it. Hang on. Okay. So the password, we go back here. Midsection, thank you for the follow. We'll say the password was welcome to eCorp 1. This was the common password that was being that password resets were being set to in that help desk technician's email. Okay? Does that make sense? So I tried this and I nailed like 40 accounts, like instantly, because people are supposed to change their passwords after they have it reset, but a lot of them just don't, because they don't care. They don't care. Is there a document that tells you? A lot of it is just experience, Headstrong. A lot of it is just experience and knowing what to try. There's not going to be any one cheat sheet that's going to give you all the things that you should try in an internal network. There's no... If my job were that easy, it could be done by computers, Headstrong. It's just not that simple. So, I tried this password and compromised 40 accounts. What do I do next? What do you think the next thing I did was, chat? After I compromised like 40 accounts with this. What was the next thing I did? Yeah! Viwascu. Is it Vibewascu? What about welcome to eCorp 2? And welcome to eCorp 3. Or even... You see where I'm going with this? Or, yeah, welcome to eCorp 123 exclamation point. Look, users are not smart. Okay? Well, that's not true. What you have to realize is that users don't give a fuck about security. Your average company employee does not give one single fuck about security. And there's nothing wrong with that. The average employee wants to do their job, wants to do their 9 to 5, and wants to go home at the end of the day and wants to go home at the end of the day and be with their families and not have to think about work anymore. Okay? So they're going to pick passwords that, above all, are easy to remember. Because to keep in mind, they have to type in this password like 1,000,000 times a day. Chances are. So they're going to pick a password that's A, easy to remember, and B, ideally easy to type. But we're all users too? Yeah. And I bet you a lot of you are in there like, ha 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 ha, I use a very complicated password for all of my services. In fact, it's so complicated that I just need that one password, and I just use it for all websites. I'm telling you, passwords are an outmoded form of authentication. Eventually, we are going to replace passwords because they're just unwieldy. They're a pain. Strong passwords are a pain in the ass to deal with and remember because you need like a password manager and all this stuff. And password managers can have their own vulnerabilities. It's a giant mess. So we're gonna need to come up with like biometric authentication or something at some point. Are all your passwords secure? I mean, they vary, but I use a password manager for 99% of my passwords. There's only a few passwords that I don't put in my password manager and that I just remember off the top of my head. And yeah, all of my passwords, I would say, are very strong. I would say my passwords are usually more than 20 characters. Even the ones that I have to remember are usually longer than 20 characters. Most of them are like 30 or 40 character randomly generated monstrosities that sit in my password manager and I don't remember them. What's your strongest password? Pick any of the 30 to 40 character passwords in my password manager. Like, they're all randomly generated and stored in my password manager. Do you segment your passwords? You mean, do I have different password managers? I have a different password manager that stores all of my passwords for work, yeah. I have like 20 passwords that I just need for work, and they're all different, and some of them need to be changed every 3 months, so I have a separate password manager for that, and my private password manager where I keep all of my personal passwords, like my Twitch account and my emails and all of that stuff, that's in a different password manager. But there you go. So that didn't work in this case, but I'm just showing you, again, the goal is not just to root this box. The goal is to show you how to be a better pen tester, okay? Raw. So we're going to run Neo4j. We're going to set up Bloodhound here. So we'll let that get started. Bloodhound is not, Neo4j is not ready yet. So while it's running, we're going to go get, impact it, get user spins. We're going to do a quick Kerberos. Always want to remember to do a Kerberos. 10, 10, 92, 166. Tiffany Molina. We'll have to give her password. No entries. So Kerberos failed. We can do impact it, get NP users as well. We won't do a username. We won't do a users file this time because we have valid credentials. So we're doing an AsRep roast here. Have you explored all the Samba shares yet? No, not yet. EtsySec, I'm going in order of my normal workflow. What you're seeing is what I do on an actual assessment. Okay? What you're seeing is all the things in order that I would do on an actual assessment. Okay? It's not about, like... Again, it's not about just rooting the box. It's about showing you my workflow. If you want to see a walkthrough of the box, I'm sure Ra has dozens of walkthroughs online of other people. If you're coming to my stream, you're here, first of all, because it's heterosexual. Okay? We're very heterosexual on this stream. Second of all, you're here because you want to see my workflow. The workflow of an actual professional penetration tester who's done dozens of assessments like this. And what you want to see what I actually do on an assessment. Okay? I'm showing you... I'm taking time to show you what I do on an actual assessment. And when I get my first set of credentials on an assessment, the first thing I'm going to do is, if it's a common password, I'm going to password spray it to see if any other users are using it. I'm going to run a Kerberos, I'm going to run Bloodhound, and I'm going to run an AsRep roast. Those are what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing first. I'm going in order of my workflow because these are the most common things that I do. Again, we're not just here to root Ra. We will root Ra. We're going to get there. I promise you. But I'm showing you things that you should do on an actual assessment. It's all new info to me? Yeah. Good. You're learning, listener. I don't know why this is taking so long. Are we on Starlink internet? Why is this taking so long? Connection timed out. We're on Starlink, okay? We're using Musknet. Wrong IP. Okay, well that would explain it then. Never mind. 10.10.92.166. That is the correct IP address. There we go. Password. No entries found. So Kerberos and AsRep roast both failed. Now we can look at the shares. Now we look at shares. Shares are the next thing I would do. the next thing I would do is I would look at Samba shares. I've already laid eyes on the shares, and I saw that there were a few that looked interesting. Okay, so we see we have read access to the user's share. This is pretty common to see in real life because for whatever reason, if you put a share in the user's folder, no matter where it is, Windows will make the entire user's folder a share. I have no idea why it does this, but try to set up a file share inside of a user's on your desktop or whatever, and you'll see that Windows does have this behavior for some reason. Well, this shared folder is interesting to me because it's not standard, so we're going to look at that first. It's not a standard share, so I'm interested to see. Shared. This needs to be capital U. And I think I think it needs to be capital P as well. God damn it. Just take that away. There we go. It's in workgroup still. Does it need to be lowercase d? I hate this crap. So that's debug. Huh. I don't know why it's using workgroup. It shouldn't matter. I mean, these are there are some Hack the Box challenges with common vulnerabilities that have good info and which might have to give them rid of. Yeah. I mean, Hack the Box and TryHackMe are both good resources. Logon failure. Maybe if it doesn't want me to put this D here. Oh, you know what I should probably do? Oh, it worked. I was going to put the NetBIOS name. And here we see more references to this Spark thing. And we see flag1.txt. Okay, so we have flag1. And we also see references to this Spark thing here. Now, again, the problem we're going to have with this is that it's an older version. So I'm actually going to try and install the new one and see if it works better. Let's just say I'm not holding my breath, but we're going to give it a shot anyways. Okay, so we've downloaded it. So they're giving us a hint that we need to look at Spark. Let's see. Let's look at Spark 2.8.3. I don't see any immediate references to vulnerabilities. Is it really safe? I don't see any CVEs. Oh, wait, here we go. The Roar plugin. An issue was discovered in Ignite Real-Time Spark and the Roar plugin for it. A chat message can include an image element with a source attribute referencing an external host's IP address. Upon access to this external host, the NTLM hashes of the user are set with the HTTP request. This allows an attacker to collect these hashes, crack them, and potentially compromise the computer. So what do we do? What does this mean? It's one of your favorite tools. You just don't know it yet. If you have any aspirations to do any internal network penetration tests at all, you should immediately be thinking responder. You should be masturbating to the idea of responder. No homo. Okay, all of the homo. Just for this second, just for this moment, all of the homo. Okay, Pog. Responder. We love responder, okay? We love responder more than a friend. Okay? Responder is so useful. So what is this saying to us? This is saying that if we send somebody a message in real-time Spark 2.8.3, you can include an image element, you know, like an HTML. You can include HTML that is then parsed on the other side. So you can include an image element which is pointing to your host's IP address, which will force their client to to authenticate to your machine. And you can use responder to capture the authentication request and then crack the hashes. So that's what we want to do. Now, I think we should be able to do this with the old version of Spark, or with the newer version of Spark as well. Because this vulnerability is in the client, and I think that we're going to have to send a message to somebody else on the box, and they'll be using this old version. It called spark294.deb. Okay, so we're installing Spark. It may or may not run. We've done raw before, and I remember we had trouble getting Spark to work. Because it is a Java application, and it is garbage. Let's just do this. So it may fail on us, but we're going to try it anyways. I regret my life choices. The hell just... I understand I just restarted the... So I can't even bring up my terminal anymore? You know what? I'll just restart the box. We'll just reboot real quick. Because again, I remember we had trouble getting Spark to work, so I'm just going to reboot. Music seems a little loud on my end. I'll turn it down a little bit. I think I turned it up for Escape from the City. What happened? I reset the user service. I thought I'd just be able to start a terminal again, but it looks like my terminal's not starting for some reason. Probably because it didn't load my keyboard shortcuts. So I'm just going to reboot the box. Do you need to change your machine's time back after using NTP date? No, I don't really use my Kali's time. So my Kali time doesn't really matter. I'm not relying on my Kali to tell time for me. I have an actual PC. Let's do Stream Raiders really quick. I know, we could have just rebooted the user service again. I'm just going to reboot the whole box, because again, last time we had trouble getting Spark to work. So I'm just going to do a quick reboot just to see if this helps Spark run. Besides, we can just do Stream Raiders while I'm doing it anyways. I'm just setting the VPN back up and stuff. You're not missing any actual hacking here. I'm just... God damn it, I typed the password wrong again. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, we can access the box again. We're good. Technique with the most kills. You are popping off today, my friend. You're out of control. What would happen if it was wouldn't happen if it was password 123? It's true. That's quite a strong password. It's almost as strong as Hunter 2. Really glad you do these streams. I'm glad you're learning, listener. I'm glad you're learning and or entertained. Okay, let's do Spark. Is it NSpark? Is it Open Fire? What's this fucking thing called? I installed Spark. So where is it? I'm starting to stream again from next week. Hey, that's great, Hat on Dog. Glad to hear that. If you're not on the hack list, reach out to me and I'll have you added to the InfoSec streamers list. Ponch4X, King Jason, Chief Huan, and Osiri Security. Thank you for the follows. Cthulhu fought into you, my friends. Locate Spark. Here's Spark's package information. We know we installed it. Opt Spark. Looks like it's an optional and Spark. Oh my god, it loads. A miracle has occurred, chat. And we even have that sweet, sweet Windows XP interface. Username, Lily LE, password. I hope this is going to work. I remember last time we had trouble getting the old version of Spark to work. That's why we're doing it this way. We probably want to use Windows authentication if we can. Security. Let's do disable host name. You don't want to use a proxy. Connection is going to be, what's the IP address? 10.10.92.166. Spark. Okay. Let's go ahead and try accounts. Try log in. See if it authenticates for us. It does. So we were able to log in to Lily Levesque's Spark here. Can we look at contacts? She doesn't appear to have any contacts. Now, recall that when we looked at the webpage, Does the website update Lily's status? Good question. Let's find out. Lily is not on this list. But we have Buse Candon. And again, I every time I see the name Buse, I'm just like, the mom is cradling the baby. He still has amniotic fluid on him and everything. Like, the doctors haven't even cleaned him off. Like, and the doctor's just like, you're gonna name your kid Buse? Like, really think about it. Like, that's all I could. Okay. Buse Candon. Let's see if we can find Buse. Buse. Add. Okay, well, we added Buse. Can we send him a message? Okay, we see that we can send Buse messages, which is good. Stop catfishing. We're supposed to catfish him. This is the intended path. So now we can test to see if the vulnerability is present. We can go netcat tech NLVP, and we'll have it listed on port 80. I miss AIM. Dude, I miss AIM so much. I miss coming... You know what I miss? I miss coming home from middle school back in, like, when I was 12 or 13 and immediately getting on AOL Instant Messenger and checking out all the role-playing message boards I was in, checking out my Neopets. God, those were the fucking days. Those were the days, man, before Twitter, before Facebook, before all that stupid bullshit. Oh. God, I miss those days. That was the golden age of the internet. We're going to see if we can force it to make an authentication request to us. Looky there, chat. Look! We receive a request. Now this works even though this is a more up-to-date version of Spark. This is a more up-to-date version of Spark than was actually on Raw. That doesn't matter. Why? This vulnerability only existed in... What was it? Spark 8.3. It was 8. I think it was 8.3.3, was it? The server is vulnerable? No. That's not it. Spark is client software. Is it 2.3.8 or something? What was it? I cannot remember. I think it was like 1.8 or something. Let me find out real quick. Let's connect to their... It's Lily LE. And then it gives me the password prompt. That in. There it is. We can dir 2.8.3. Okay? 2.8.3. This is version 2.9.4. Why does this work? Yes, Edgewalker. Excellent. And Jelly. And Jelly. All that matters is the version Buse is using. The client, Buse's client, is the vulnerable one. So it's the one that's parsing this image tag incorrectly. Notice that ours isn't. Notice that this has been fixed. On ours. This connection is from Buse. This connection is from Raw right here. This is from Buse's client. Our client is not is not parsing this image. It's not. It's just showing. Notice it just shows the HTML, right? It's just showing the HTML. You wouldn't be able to see the HTML if it was parsing it. If it was being parsed as HTML, you wouldn't be able to see it. We can see it because we're using the more up-to-date client where this flaw has been fixed. Buse is not. Buse is using the old one, so he doesn't see this HTML. He sees an image that won't load. Does that make sense? If you can be anything in this world, don't be abused. Yeah. It'd be right. I'm just saying, listen. All I'm trying to say is that naming your child, your firstborn child, apple of your eye, Buse, is abuse. This is why you're here. Listen, this is why you're here on the stream. Okay? This is why you're here for these fat zingers, okay? It's abusive. I'm here all week, guys. Listen. No need to tip, okay? No need. All right, so what do we do now? How can we exploit this? Because ultimately, all Buse is doing is authenticating to us. We're just forcing Buse to authenticate to us. Why is that relevant? What can we do with that? What can we do with that, chat? We could show him an image. Like, we could show him an image that we could send him a dick pic. Yeah, Responder. Responder, our good friend Responder. Let's make sure to listen on the Ton Zero interface. We turn Responder on. We come over here. And of course, Spark is shitty software, so I can't just hit the up arrow like every other chat client lets you do now. You do this. And looky there. So Buse has authenticated to us. And what is all this mess? What is all this mess that we're seeing here? It's all just a random scramble, isn't it? It's a scramble of garbage. Can't you just shove a reverse shell? No. No, we cannot. Buse is not execute. This is just HTML. This is just displaying an image, or it's trying to display an image. That's all. Why does Buse have to authenticate? Is it built into Spark? It's a vulnerability that existed in Spark, where it would try to parse HTML like this image, and it would and in order to parse it, it needs to make an HTTP request to this IP address to try and find this image. Now, no image exists there. We didn't actually set up an image. Okay? We didn't actually set up an image. But just the authentication request is all we need. What is this that we're seeing here? What is this this bunch of hexadecimal? What is this? What are we looking at? Yeah, we're looking at a net NTLM v2 hash. We cannot relay it. Why is that, Jelly? Why can we not relay it? I like where your head's at with the relay, but why can we not relay? There's actually two reasons. There's actually two reasons why we can't relay. I'll take either one of them. No, you can relay NTLM v2 hashes. No. That's the whole reason NTLM relay exists. You can relay these hashes. You absolutely can. One machine now. Well, okay. You're on the right track, Jelly. You're on the right track. Continue with that thought. Why can't you relay back to the machine that the authentication request came from? If a machine authenticates to me, can I just relay that authentication request right back to the same machine? The answer is no. The answer is no. Windows, you used to be able to, but you cannot. You can no longer NTLM relay back to the host that authenticated to you. You cannot just fire an NTLM relay back to the same host it came from. You can't do that. That you used to be able to back in like Windows Server 2003. But Windows fixed that, I think, in 2003. It was patched. It was patched back in somewhere in the early 2000s. And the second reason why we cannot relay this hash is this one. Because SMB signing is set to true, because it is by default for domain controllers. Domain controllers by default have SMB signing turned on. So you usually will not be able to relay to domain controllers. So in this case, where we're on a network with only one machine that's authenticating to us, relay is not possible. Simply because you're not allowed to relay back to the machine that is authenticating. You have to relay to a different machine. That's first of all. And second of all, because the machine we're attacking is a domain controller. Does everyone follow me on that? I cannot emphasize enough how crucial it is that you understand NTLM authentication, responder, how NTLM relay works, how and that sort of thing, if you want to do internal network penetration tests. It is of absolutely paramount importance that you understand this technology, that you understand this stuff. At least at a high level. MSO8068? Is it really MSO8068? As in the one right after MSO8067? Damn. I didn't know that. I won't forget that again then.
Cthulhu fhtagn, my dude.
Cthulhu fhtagn to you, VR Linux. Thanks for the 3 months. I'm super rusty in my internal stuff and good to know. The first place to start with brushing up on your internal stuff is responder, NTLM authentication, and LLM&R NBTNS traffic. I thought responder doesn't work at all if SMB signing is on. No, responder will still work. You just can't relay. We're not doing any relaying with responder. Responder does not do NTLM relay. We're not using NTLM relay with responder. All responder is doing is listening for authentication requests. All responder is doing is listening to and responding to authentication requests. And it's also poisoning the network. It's also poisoning the network with LLM&R and BTNS. But you can't see that because there's no traffic on this network. It's a fake network. NTLM is so old, everything is Kerberos now. Look, oh, we have another. Listen, Gaiden lol, everyone. We have another person who's never hacked in real life before. Everyone, welcome. Everyone join me in welcoming Gaiden lol to the hacking community. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Yay! Welcome. Hey, Gaiden lol, my man, my dude. Welcome. I can tell you've never been on an internal penetration test before. Welcome to the community. Okay? Genuinely welcome to the community. It's good to have you in here, okay? I've been on one fucking network. One. I've been on literally dozens, maybe hundreds of assessments at this point, and I've seen one network without NTLM authentication enabled. One. One. The most robust networks that I've ever pen tested, NTLM authentication was enabled on those ones. Because it breaks things if it's not. I'm saying people don't use it. I'm saying you shouldn't be. It's as simple as hardening. It's not that simple, Gaiden lol. It's not. It's really not. Once again, welcome to the community. Once again, welcome to the community, my dude. But really, it's not that simple at all. It is not. If you are a sysadmin of literally a network of thousands or tens of thousands of hosts, and you have dozens of individual applications running on your network, you have tons of users coming in from VPNs and Azure Express lanes and all kinds of shit that need to be able to authenticate to those applications. This is a complicated scenario. And guess what? The first priority in any network is not hardening anything. I hate to burst your bubble. Hardening is not the first priority on any network. What is the first priority, my friend? What is the first priority? Make the shit work. And hey, so let's say you're a sysadmin and the system works, like your network works. And you have a think like, hey, maybe I should disable LLM&R NBTNS traffic. Maybe that should not be turned on. And then you think, but what if it breaks one of the 40 applications in use on my network, and we have network downtime, my boss yells at me, his boss yells at me, my boss's boss's boss yells at me, I potentially lose my job because the company lost time. Do you see the problem? Do you see why companies never patch anything? Yeah, if it ain't broke, I ain't fixing it. Exactly. Companies don't patch things. And that's because they're too afraid of breaking their stuff. It is critical that you understand this as a penetration tester. As a security professional, it is critical that you understand your clients. The reason why you're going on to every assessment and seeing LLM&R NBTNS traffic and responder is working and IPv6 is enabled and your NTLM SMB signing is turned off is because of people are afraid to patch things. Yeah, and also budget constraints, time constraints, a fear of downtime. Like, this is not a simple thing. Like, when you say something it's as simple as hardening, it's not simple, though. That's the critical thing to understand as penetration testers, that this stuff is not simple. Security is not simple. It seems simple if all you've taken is Security Plus and CEH, and you're sitting there and wondering why people don't just patch Eternal Blue already. It's not. It's simple if you have your CEH, you got your SysP and your CEH, and you're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and coming out into the security community. My dude, the reality of the situation is it's not simple. And I promise you, Gaiden lol, I promise you, I'm not making fun of you. I'm not making fun of you right now. I've had real penetration testers say the same thing you're saying right now, and I had to explain the same thing to them. Okay? This is why you're gonna see, I routinely see Windows Server 2003. I see Windows Server 2000. I saw Windows 95 once. I've used MS08067 on real assessments. 2 real assessments. I've used Eternal Blue on at least a dozen assessments. At least a dozen. Like, in recent years, like we're talking 2019, 2020. People don't patch stuff. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like that, and that. This is why I'm highlighting it so hard. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it to make fun of you. I promise. I'm highlighting it because it's important for my viewers to understand the security community in more than just doing TryHackMe and Hack the Box machines. Okay?
Mute Mr. Streamer.
I do this as my day job, and it's totally different than what you've seen, but we obviously work for different orgs. Dude, I'm a consultant. I work for many orgs. I've pen tested many different companies. I've seen a wide variety of different environments. I've pen tested banks. I've pen tested large financial institutions. I've pen tested biomedical companies. I've pen tested insurance companies. I've seen all kinds of different environments. I've seen Mac OS only environments. I've seen integrated Mac OS and Windows environments. I've seen all kinds of shit. And I'm telling you, people don't patch stuff. I'm telling you, this is the case. All right, let's crack this hash, okay? So this is not really a password hash per se. This is the challenge response portion of the NTLM authentication. This is, in actuality, this string right here is this data that has been encrypted with the password hash of Buse's user, with Buse's password hash. This data has been encrypted with Buse's password hash as an encryption key and has produced this output. So this is not useful to us in like a pass the hash situation, but we can crack it. So it's not the NTLM v2. No, this is the NTLM v2. This is an NTLM v2 hash. We call it an NTLM v2 hash, but it's not really a password hash in the traditional sense. Not in the sense that NTLM v1 is, anyway. Could you do a stream on PCI DSS testing sometime? Ooh, that's hard to set up. I'd have to set up a whole network specifically for that. There's not really any... we have a password here. Buse's password. I'm surprised this is in RockU. What the fuck password is this? That's just in RockU? Holy shit. Okay. Does everybody understand this, like, what we did to reach this point? Is there anything that's confusing anybody up until this point? So far, you've seen a wide variety of attack techniques. Like, we didn't just go straight for the gold on this box. I've gone through my entire basic workflow for an internal penetration test on this box. One of the orgs I used to work for patched weeklies and PCs weekly and servers monthly is agonizing as things didn't work and things had to be rolled back. Thank you, Nosferatu. Yeah. Yeah. So, is it really all that surprising when a lot of users, when a lot of sysadmins just say, you know what, I'll just patch that next month when I have the budget, or I'll patch it like, you know, do you see why a lot of sysadmins go that route? Like, and you have to understand this as a security professional. It is important that you are able to empathize with your clients and understand why they may not be able to patch something. It's not your job necessarily to tell them to patch something. It's your job to tell them what the vulnerabilities are in their environment so they can do a proper risk-benefit analysis. Is that vulnerability, do I want to accept the risk of that vulnerability being present in our environment? Does that make sense? Does everyone make sense of what point I'm trying to make here? Because the goal on this stream is not just to be better hackers, it's to be better security professionals. How do you measure that? You don't measure it, listener. You don't measure it. It's not your job. Whose job is it, listener? Whose job is it? It's your clients. Whoever is accepting the risk gets to make the determination. It's the person who's accepting the risk. If you're a consultant, it's your client. Your client gets to, all I'm doing as a consultant, I just drop into the network, I scan, I look for vulnerabilities, and all the vulnerabilities I find, I tell the client about them. And then the client ideally looks at the report and goes, why is this vulnerability in our environment? Is it necessary to have that system be unpatched, or to have LLM and RMBTNS traffic on, or whatever, is that necessary? Do I want to accept that risk? What happens if someone breaks it? And the idea is, as a penetration tester, you can show them what happens if something is compromised. Does that make sense? Your goal as a penetration tester is to give them a better idea of what risk they are accepting by compromising their systems the way an adversary would, so they can do a better cost-benefit analysis regarding the risk in their environment. Okay? Do you help with the BIA? What do you mean by BIA? What does that acronym mean, Fraggle? Alrighty. Let's check these crack map exec, SMB. I'm really happy we got that Spark shit to work without any problems this time. Because I didn't remember anything about this box when we started. I just remembered the Spark thing when I saw it because it was such a pain in the ass last time. Because we tried to run that old version, and it uses an older version of Java that's not installed on Kali. Okay, so we can authenticate as Buse. Let's see if we can authenticate with WinRM. What's the craziest thing you've ever seen on a pen test? It might be... On my most recent pen test, I saw that the everyone group in the domain, which consists of all users and computers, had write deacle permissions over 30 different OUs, including all the service accounts, all the domain controllers, all the users, all the servers, all the computers. Basically, they had write deacle to fucking everything. Why? No fucking idea. No fucking idea. I told the client, like, I've literally never seen that. I don't know what the possible use case for that would be. I don't know what the possible use case for that would be. I told the client, this is disastrous. This is absolutely disastrous. Yeah, the way that I got domain admin was by resetting the password of a service account that, with write deacle permissions, you can write access permissions to an object in Active Directory, which means I was able to give myself a compromised account, the rights to change the password of a service account, if that makes sense. I was able to give myself the rights to change the password of a service account that was a domain admin. So I gave myself those rights, then I changed the password, and then I had domain admin. That's how it happened. We do see we have WinRM. CrackMap exec is telling us that we have local admin on this server. I don't actually believe that we do. It always says that if we have WinRM access, because by default, only local administrators can access the box through Windows Remote Management. We can do evil WinRM. That might be the craziest single vulnerability I've seen on an internal pen test. I can't. I've seen a lot of shit. That one's just fresh on my mind because I just had that one, and I'm still amazed. I don't know what in the world someone was thinking. Okay, the user was Views, who again is very unfortunately named. I don't know who in their right mind would name a poor baby infant Views, but it's abusive. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Just in case you didn't hear that joke the first time, we're doing it a second time, okay? Congratulations. Oh my goodness, Chris Nova. 55. We have a huge raid from Chris Nova. Everyone say hi to Chris Nova. If you don't follow Chris Nova, go over there and give Chris Nova a follow immediately. Immediately, because Chris Nova is the real fucking deal, okay? Chris Nova is the real fucking deal. That chick is a better hacker than I will likely ever be. I'm just in here breaking stuff. But Chris Nova is over here writing rootkits in C and shit. Like Chris Nova's out here in like C and Go writing rootkits for Kubernetes. Like, this is the real shit, okay? That's the real deep magics. That's like the real shit. Okay? Chris Nova, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for being here. I'm happy to call you a friend. If you want to collab sometime, let me know. I'd be happy to collab with you. I respect you quite a bit. So Chris is kind of a badass dude. She's not kind of a badass. She's super badass. Okay? She's giga badass, Zero Kieran. Okay? VR Linux, thank you so much for the 3 months. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Jifferan with the 69. Nice. Tiggle bitties. CEH is the most lead of certs. EC Council told me so. Yeah, and EC Council couldn't possibly lie. They don't have any incentive to lie. Chris Nova, again, thank you for the raid. Gannett Ack, thank you for the follow. Orage Riven, Imid 12, Kingslayer, Mazarona, and Amir Cheira, thank you for the follows. Cthulhu fought into you, my friend. So, you guys came in at a real good time because we were able to crack a password, and we got access to Buse's account, the very unfortunately named Buse, which means...
Hackerman.
I'm in. All right, we've hacked the mainframe. Okay, we're in the mainframe now, friends. And now's the time where we're gonna want to take a look at that Bloodhound output that we never actually looked at. So let's go ahead and look at that Bloodhound output and see if there's anything of interest. Alrighty, so we're gonna wanna this is old data from another box that we did. So we're gonna come down here, we're gonna clear the database, and then we're gonna have to upload our new data to it that we acquired earlier. Home, TryHackMe, raw, computers. I can't just highlight all of these, can I? Please tell me I can. Oh, I can. I thought I couldn't do that for some reason. Well, there we go. We're just uploading data. I would love to figure out how to configure LDAP so it's not so noisy. LDAP is always going to be noisy and verbose. You're so nice. Thanks, Alhazret. I'm not too nice. I'm not too nice. I'm genuinely, I genuinely have a lot of respect for your skills, and for you personally. And I want to thank you again for the raid. I remember 10 years ago, I was needing help from a domain admin for a worldwide organization. One of his jobs was giving talks on security. Sitting pinned next to the computer was a list of all admin accounts and passwords. That's so common, dude. When a couple years ago, how many years ago was it? It was like 4 or 5 years ago now, probably. Maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago. You had that Hawaii missile scare thing. Basically, somebody sent like a live... They were going to do a test of like a missile. They were going to do a test of like a missile alert warning. Hawaii needs to have that because they're afraid of missiles from North Korea or something. They pressed the button for the live one instead of for the demo one. So they sent the whole fucking state of Hawaii a text message saying there's an incoming missile from North Korea. You're about to die. This is not a drill. Like, I'm not kidding. So for a couple of minutes, everyone thought that like death is imminent. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing it up because they did a news story on the whole event, and that included an interview with the people who made the mistake, and on the computer monitors behind them, you could see sticky notes with admin passwords in clear view. There were sticky notes with admin passwords in clear view. And keep in mind that this was broadcast on national television. It's not a joke. This really happened. You can look it up. You can even look up the footage. It was very funny. I think I was in the NSA at that time. I think I was working for the NSA during that time. That was when I was in the Air Force. I was an Air Force captain. But I was working in collaboration with the NSA. And I think that was the joke around the office for absolutely like weeks, maybe months. All right, so let's look at We see there are 43 users, 53 groups, 2 computers. The first thing we're going to want to do is look for our... The first thing, everyone's got their own little way they like to parse Bloodhound output. I like to first find the users that I've compromised already, and then see what permissions they have. So let's look at Lily first. We're not configured for delegation or anything like that. We do see we're in a group. We're in one group, probably just the domain users group. Yep. So not any special groups here. And she has no special permissions that I can see. You want to particularly pay attention to these outbound control rights and the execution rights. These are your most important fields when you're looking at a user in Bloodhound. You want to see what groups they're in, what execution rights they have, and what outbound control rights they have. Those are the most important things in Bloodhound for users that you've compromised anyway. Then we can look at our good friend Buse. We can mark this user as owned. And we can see if we have... And we see we have group delegated object control. What's happening here? Of 4,700 objects. Okay, so I don't want to... Group delegated RDP privileges, so we can remote desktop into the server. What group memberships are we in? We see we're in IT at windcorp.tryhackme. This is... You really want to pay attention to groups that your compromised users are in. It is critical that you pay attention to groups that your users are in. Okay? The IT group is pretty spicy. So let's take a look at the IT group and see what permissions that has. We see we have RDP into the box, so we can remote desktop in. We have group delegated object control. We must have some kind of crazy permission in here. We must have some kind of crazy permission that's hard for me to see. Because we have control over 4,772 objects. So something crazy is happening here. Let's look at analysis and see if we can't suss it out. Do we have DC sync rights, maybe? Vivi Mole at windcorp.tryhackme, a member of Domain Lurkers, which is a member of Cert Readers, which is a member of Dev, Cert Owner, Domain Admins, Administrator, Enterprise Admins. Okay, so this guy's just a domain admin. Okay, so no one has any special DC sync rights. Nothing there. Dangerous rights. Nope. Curb roastable members. We're just going to get the KRB TGT. As rep roastable users, there weren't any. Oh, here we have can PS remote. Oh, it's just we can PowerShell remoting. So we have WinRM access to that. We have WinRM access to Fire. Did you upload all the JSON files? I did upload all the JSON files, yes. So again, a lot of times you're going to sit here for quite a while on your penetration tests just looking at Bloodhound output. Bloodhound is probably the single most important tool at your disposal, because I can't emphasize enough how large Active Directory is, how much data there is. And Bloodhound's power is its ability to produce these nice graphs like we're looking at here that visually represent all of these really interesting relationships. Does that make sense? What is DC Sync good for? Good question. So DC Sync is a protocol in a Windows domain that allows you to clone a domain controller, essentially. So DC Sync is where when let's say you're a sysadmin and you want to stand up a new domain controller on the network. You already have a few domain controllers, but you want to put another one on there for load balancing purposes or whatever. How does this new domain controller get all the information on the domain? DC sync is the answer. DC sync is where the new domain controller contacts the old domain controllers and says, hey, I'm a new domain controller. I need all the credentials and all the information about the Active Directory domain so that I can store it all in my database and do all the job that you guys are doing. Does that make sense? Isn't the key rights for a DC sync attack for directory replicate changes? Yes. Here we don't have those rights, so I haven't really brought it up. But that is the case, yes. What's the goal here using Bloodhound? The goal is to understand the relationships, how Active Directory is laid out. The goal is to understand how, because every domain's Active Directory is very complex. And Bloodhound does an excellent job of producing a graph that's readable to us, and that allows us to easily visualize these relationships. Does that make sense? The goal here is to understand like key groups, key users that have high privileges over the domain. It's a tool for visualizing an entire Active Directory domain, and it makes it much easier to find the chinks in the armor. Because otherwise, you're using Power View. And let me tell you, on any domain of any decent size, if I just look for like ACLs on a single Active Directory object, I'm going to get like 500 ACLs. Like 500 things. It's just going to flood my terminal with output, and I can't read all of that. Bloodhound just puts it all here. It's all here in nice arrows, and it makes all these connections for me. Like, it's an absolutely invaluable tool. Domain admins from owned principals. Let's see if we have we do not have any paths to domain admin from owned principals. It's always good to check a lot of these automated. Yeah, you can do your own raw Cypher queries. This uses the database language is not SQL. It uses a different database language called Cypher. So you can put in your own queries for this Bloodhound database. I'm not doing it in this case because it's not really necessary, I don't think. But on real assessments, a lot of times I will do custom Cypher queries to find members of certain groups who can do certain things and stuff like that. Sometimes I need... Because keep in mind, this domain only has 40 users. 40 users, 55 groups, 2 computers. This is a tiny domain. This is absolutely tiny. Most of the time on a domain, we're going to have like literally tens of thousands of hosts. Tens of thousands of hosts. IPSEC has a great video. Does he? I just showed you how to manually parse JSON with JQ in this stream. So I did it first. IPSEC. You heard it here, folks. I beat IPSEC at using JQ to parse Bloodhound output. Okay, so from domain admins to shortest path to domain admins. We're not seeing anything, so we might just want to... We're seeing this user, ViviMole78, pop up a lot. Okay, so we're not finding anything. Let's just go back. I thought maybe we would see something in Bloodhound, but we don't see anything. So let's just browse around on views here. Let's see what we have. Let's look on his desktop. We have flag 2. And we have a lot of stuff here. Whoops. Okay, so we have flag 2 there. We also have 2 directories called stuff and also stuff. Let's check out this notes first. I really should be better at taking and... Yeah, me too, buddy. I'm actually much better in... let's do dir. Also stuff. Lots of JPEGs there. Passwords. Fine additions. Did you really need to write that one down?
A fine addition to my collection.
He says he's better about taking notes on an actual engagement. Well, obviously, I'm not going to show you the notes of my actual engagements. Why the fuck would I do that? What is the type command? It's the equivalent of the cat command on Windows. Okay. So we don't see anything. We could remote desktop in here. I'm not sure if that would help me see anything because there doesn't seem to be... We're looking on his desktop and we see... We could look at those JPEGs. It could be something on those JPEGs. Let's go ahead and remote desktop in just in case. That's the easiest way to view those JPEGs. So we can do X-Free RDP, which is my favorite remote desktop. You can also use our desktop, but the benefit of X-Free RDP is it also supports pass the hash. So you can RDP with pass the hash using X-Free RDP, which is nice. So that makes it my preferred. You could just strings those JPEGs. That doesn't let me see the image. I want to see the image in case it's like a clue or anything. If there's like a blue paw mark on it, I don't want to disappoint Blue or Steve. That was a Blue's Clues reference. Sign into Windcorp. Did it not? I put the password here. Did he not like the password? It is not pasting. Use LM plus 3131. That is a backtick. Why is that backtick there? Two backticks now. Why is it putting backticks in instead of the plus sign? Is this a different fucking keyboard or something? What is happening? Norwegian keyboard layout. Okay, well, where's the plus sign then? I think it is Norwegian. It is Norwegian. What the F? What the F, David Blaine? Okay, fuck this. What the F, David Blaine? Okay, well... I think the creator is Norwegian. Okay, well, he's wrong for being Norwegian. Everything should... I'm American, and it is in my religion that everybody should conform to my expectations as the entire world should conform to my expectations as an American. This I decree. Okay, what do we want to do instead? We're just going to assume those JPEGs are not necessary for us. I'm going to assume those JPEGs are not necessary. I'm hesitant, but let's just look and see what other users there are, and...
Hey, listen!
What? Oreo Bite! What? Just use EvilWinRM to download the file and view on their bot. That's too much work. It's too much work. It's too much work, chat. Here's that shared folder we saw. Let's look at users. Of course, there's like a fucking million. Well, I'm not looking through all of these. We can do who am I /priv. We should do that. We should have done that first. We do not have any privileges that look interesting. Can anyone recommend a good Linux distribution? Ubuntu is a good one for beginner users. I recommend Ubuntu. Okay, don't start with Arch. Let's do Stream Raiders really quickly while we continue to enumerate. Try looking in that user's home directory that you found in Bloodhound. Yeah, we could try Lily LE. My guess is that we need views. Views' data. We could we'll look around. We'll look around. We'll find it. Don't worry. Oh, good. Aggie is streaming tonight. I like Aggie. No hit runs. Yeah, he's been doing no hit runs lately. Yeah, of Elden Ring, or at least trying to get no hit runs. He's got the best. He's got the most severe resting smug face I've ever seen in my entire life. The whole time he's on stream, he's just sitting here like just while he's playing, he's just like this. Like, it's just the smuggest look on his face. Like, his face just defaults to the most smug look I've ever seen in my entire life. GoPro with the most kills and Teddington with the most assists. Alrighty. Alright. Did I not switch over to Stream Raider? Oh no, I just went back. Okay. Alright, we're back. Let's do... Okay. We could look at Lily's, but we can't log in as Lily. We probably won't have the rights to. There was an inet pub. That was the... Oh, there's just a scripts folder. Okay, well that's not normal. Let's check that out. Scripts. Check servers.ps1. Of course, it's fucking long as hell. What are we looking at? So we have Brittany CR at windcorp.tryhackme is mentioned here. Is Brittany CR an interesting user? Let's check out Brittany CR here. Is this a valuable user? First degree group memberships, just member of the domain users. No, why do I care? I do not see an immediate reason to care about this user. Would that script be a scheduled task? I don't know yet. I'm just looking at this other user and I'm trying to see if this other user is interesting at all. I do not see any reason to care about this user, but let's look anyways. Okay, I hit comp. No. Close. Where it's this here. All right. Admin at windcorp.tryhackme. Is that user interesting? I bet you it is. Always good to take a look at users that you see mentioned. And it looks like admin at windcorp.tryhackme is not an actual account. So that account is not real. relay.windcorp.tryhackme. Read from the file. So it's reading from C users Brittany CR hosts.txt. Invoke expression. So it's just reading a PowerShell. Why the fuck would you invoke? Okay, so what's happening here is it is reading from, for whatever reason, it's reading, it's iterating through all of the entries in hosts.txt and just executing some PowerShell. So invoke expression means, hey, here's a string that comprises a PowerShell script. Execute that PowerShell. Does that make sense? It's just telling PowerShell, here's a script, execute it. Does that make sense? So you can change the string? I don't know yet. The string is being pulled from hosts.txt here. Where object does not match something with a comment. And it looks like it's testing connection to a series of computers. It's just doing it in a really weird... It's just doing it in a very strange way. Does that make sense? Is there anything else interesting in here? We don't. I assume we don't have access. Set content. So it's writing the log output. Okay. So what's in the log? Type log.txt. Okay. So it's just writing to a file. And then it sleeps again. So it looks like this is running as some kind of a scheduled task. Or something. Probably by the system account. Usually the system account runs scheduled tasks, so we can guess that whoever is executing this is doing it with elevated privilege. Whatever user is executing this is doing it with elevated privileges. By default, it's probably the system account. So that's probably a privesc vector, but we would need access to Brittany CR. My question is, how? So that's why we don't see any value to Brittany CR in here. But she has write access to a file that we can exploit. So how do we take over Brittany CR's account? Explicit object controllers. Key admins. Now, we did see we were a member of the IT group. Got a domain admin there. Here we go. Okay, IT at windcorp.tryhackme, member of account operators, and this has generic all ACLs over Brittany CR. Okay, so now we're seeing the path. Now we're seeing the path, chat. So what can we do here? What is the exploitation path? What do you guys think? And the way we figured this out is just by simple enumeration and going, what can I do with the information that I've seen? I go into this script and I see that Brittany CR is being mentioned. So I go looking at Brittany CR in Bloodhound. What permissions does she have? Is she worth compromising? And initially it seemed like no in Bloodhound. But then we looked at the rest of the script and we're seeing that she controls a file that somebody else is executing. We don't know who else is executing it, but it's probably the system account because system usually is what runs these. Use Brittany to authenticate. I don't think we can get Brittany to authenticate very easily. But yeah, that would be a vector on a real assessment, but in this particular case, probably not. We don't even need to do that. Yeah, Angel D is correct. We have generic all permissions over Brittany CR's object in an Active Directory. What does this mean? It means we can modify this object however we wish, including changing the password. So we can simply change Brittany CR's password. This is what I did when I had, with that everyone having right deackle permissions over the service accounts on a real assessment. The first thing I did was give myself generic all. I can write ACLs to the object. So I wrote an ACL to the object that gave a compromised account that I owned generic all permissions to that the object I was interested in, and then I changed the password. Does that make sense? So we can just go back over here and we can just go net user Brittany CR, and we can just change the password to Cthulhu fhtagn 123. Doesn't really matter what the password is as long as it conforms to the password policy. And so usually you'll need like numbers and one special character in here or something. /domain. And there you go. So now we can log in as Brittany CR. So this is the power of Bloodhound. Does everybody see how Bloodhound got us there? Does everybody see how Bloodhound helped us see the relationship that allowed us to compromise Brittany CR? Does everybody see that? This is also the reason why Buse, we go back to Buse here. Buse has outbound control rights to 4,772 Active Directory nodes. This is because he's a member of the IT group. He's a member of the IT group, and the IT group is a member of account operators, which gives you permissions over a lot of nodes in the domain. Nested groups are a nightmare to manage. I bet most misconfigurations happen there. Oh, absolutely. Active Directory as a whole is a nightmare to manage. Active Directory is very complicated, and it's very easy to cripple your entire network with a simple misconfiguration with one command in PowerShell. It's very easy to do. So that's why tools like Bloodhound are so powerful at visualizing these relationships and finding those little things. Like that, everyone having right deackle to the service accounts. I guarantee you that someone set that without thinking, without knowing what its implications were. It has big Chmod TACR 777 energy to me. As in, somebody just got fed up with file permissions and just set all files recursively to 777 permissions. And without any regard for what the permissions needed to be. I'm learning HTML, CSS, and well, it's a pretty big jump to go from HTML, CSS to this stuff. But if you're interested in offensive cybersecurity, this is definitely the stream to be watching. We're hackers on this stream. We're interested in security. I mean, we are interested in programming too. Don't get me wrong. So let's see if we can authenticate as Brittany here. See if we have any shares. And we see that our password change was successful. We changed Brittany CR's password. And it looks like we have all the same access as we had before, but we can probably access... Can we remote desktop in as Brittany CR, I wonder? Shares does not work. We might just have to SMB client into the user's share to modify that file. Yes, we're going to have to because we do not have access. So we want to connect to the user's share. Password Cthulhu fhtagn 123. There we go. Dir. Okay, CD Brittany CR. Okay, get hosts.text. Let's look at what we have in here. Let's look at hosts.text really quick. We have google.com, cisco.com, and so we can vim hosts.text here, and we can probably put a semicolon in there just in case, and go net user Alhazred add. Maybe not. Maybe we don't need that. We're just invoke expressioning, right? It's just doing invoke expression. Let me go back to 3. And let's do... What is it actually doing? Testing connection. Yeah, so we will need the semicolon. This is where we're injecting into, this right here. So I don't know if you understand PowerShell syntax, but we're iterating through each line in host.text, and for every object that doesn't have a hashtag at the beginning of it, it's going to execute this for loop on it. So this is shorthand in PowerShell for whatever object you're iterating through in a loop. So we're going to have to put a semicolon in here. And I think we might have to put a semicolon at the end, too. We'll put a semicolon at the end just to be safe. And then it's going to execute it. Invoke expression. It's just, this is kind of a silly way to do, it doesn't matter. They're better at PowerShell than I am, probably. So I'm not going to complain. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, let's go back over to 5. Net user add net local group administrators Alhazred add. Okay, so we'll put semicolons before and after. So it's going to iterate through the Google line, then the Cisco line, and then this line. You determine the script is run by system. I'm only guessing it is because usually scheduled tasks are run by system. By default, they are. Someone could have said it otherwise, but chances are that someone was probably a domain admin. Probably it's elevated permissions that this is running with. Because whatever the user is, they have to have access to Brittany CR's account. And they're probably not Brittany CR because she has no rights. Add net local group administrators, Alhazred add. I'm just making sure that my syntax is likely correct. All right, let's connect with SMB client again. We're already connected with SMB client. So we can put hosts.text. Right now, the size of host.text is 22. It should go up. Now it's 92. So now we've set hosts.text, and we're going to see if we get a user added. Now, does everybody understand what we're doing here? Net user. I regret my life choices. We can go net user, Alhazred. Username cannot be found. So let's give it a minute. Thinking McFly, not a clue. Hey, Thinking McFly, it's your first time on the stream, probably. Or you're probably new, and that's totally okay. If there's stuff that's going over your head right now, I encourage you to show up for Newbie Tuesday. Newbie Tuesday is where we break things down a little bit more completely, and we do simpler boxes, simpler machines to help the newer hackers among us. What a complex beast Windows is? Windows is? Yeah, it is. That's what happens when you're trying to design an operating system for the lowest common denominator. inevitably, stuff ends up being complicated under the hood. So that it can be simple for the user, it has to be complicated under the hood. Let's see if our user got added. User did not get added. Keep in mind, guys, I'll just mention while we're waiting here to see if this gets added. I'll just mention while we're waiting that on Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern, I think it's 1 p.m. Eastern, I'll put out an announcement again. But we're doing a get-together in my Discord to work on the newest Hack the Box machine. The newest Hack the Box machine releases at 1 p.m. Eastern this Saturday, every Saturday, and we're going to do that. We're gonna get together as a group and try to knock it out. So if you're interested in working on the new Hack the Box machine this Saturday with other members of the cult, can anyone join? Yeah, absolutely. We welcome everybody to go ahead and join and work on it with us. And all skill levels are welcome. I just ask that if you're joining, that you do try and contribute. Don't be the guy who just never says anything and doesn't try and contribute and waits for everyone else to solve the box. Don't be that guy. Just try and contribute. Do we have a fit deck mods? You could check log.txt to try and figure out how often the script runs. We could do that, yeah.
A hunter must hunt.
So it looks like it just ran. Let me get verification that it absolutely did run. Is that in your server or InfoSec Prep? In the All Has Red Team server. All right, I'll do a fit deck. I'll do a quick fit deck while we're waiting here. It could have been I got the syntax wrong. Oh, you know what? I did do it wrong. I did do it wrong. You know what I did wrong? I forgot to put a password. Let me do that really quickly. I forgot to put a password. What the fuck? Why did it delete? I didn't ask you to delete. I forgot to put a password. You have to put a password or that'll error out. I think the rest of that is correct. Yeah, I probably hit one of the hotkeys and didn't realize it. Net user Alhazred Cthulhu fhtagn 123 add. I think that is correct. So we have to go back to tab 4. We have to put hosts.txt. So now we should have on 110. Okay, let's see when the file last ran. 717. We may have caught it. Let's see. It still doesn't work. Okay, so we'll do a fit deck really quickly and see if it runs then. Staggered push-ups. So we're doing 20 in each configuration. Exactly. I will make eye contact and it will not be homosexual. That's the key I have to point out. No homo the whole time. Imagine with every push-up I'm saying no homo. Okay? It's a presumed no homo.
Needs more eye contact.
Alrighty. Alright. See what we have over here. Did the script run yet? Apparently not. God damn it, did it break? Or is it just taking forever? I think the script may have broken, chat. Because it's not running anymore. $40 push-ups. 40 push-ups is nothing, my dude. I used to max the Air Force fitness test, and you had to bang out 60 in, is it 2 minutes? No, it was like 79, I think, in 2 minutes. Or something like that, maybe 72? I don't remember. All I know is I banged out that many every time. Just exercise. Is it really only 55? That can't be right. It was 2 minutes. Maybe they reduced it to 1 minute and made it do 55. Do you have to run the script manually? No, the script is running as a scheduled task. I think I may have broken it. Yeah, I think I broke it, Chad. It would have run by now. It would have run by now. Alright. Well, let's reset the box really quickly. I probably just got the syntax slightly wrong and it broke it. What if you use and? You probably could use and. Let's do Stream Raiders really quick. Fix the beginning of line to be valid. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what was wrong with it. You definitely needed a semicolon. A semicolon or maybe an and. Does and work on Windows? Let me find out. Yeah, it does. But so does semicolon in the same way. Oh, endless possibility. Unironically, this song was the best part of the game it was in. Sonic Unleashed is fucking dog shit, but this song is a bop. Maybe it breaks the chain of first command. It was probably something like that. I don't know what it was yet. We'll figure it out. Orbital Gun with 14 kills and GoPro with 7 assists. Alrighty. Thinking McFly, Hangman's Moose, SG Tom, Matt Day DA9. Thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain to you, my friend. Thinking McFly, you've actually been indoctrinated by Orbital Gun into the cult. Welcome, Thinking McFly. Good to have you. Orbital Gun with the 69 take-old biddies. Welcome. Thank you so much, Orbital Gun. If the box is deliciously evil, the Windows installation is Norwegian also, and it's administrator. Oh God, I hope not. I think it was just the keyboard. 101, 152. Now I feel so free. That's possibility. 101, 152. Okay. It's Evil WinRM. So remember, we have to log in as Views, and we have to change Brittany CR's password. And hope that it doesn't break this time. You know what? It might be breaking because of the second semicolon, not the first one. It's probably just taking a second to spin up here. So let's look back at our payload again. I think it was N5. Didn't have 5. So this one might be breaking it because the command that comes after it is not a valid command. So that might be breaking it. You can try that. I see it, and now it's all within my reach. And after we get root, we have to do one more thing. We're not done after we get root. We are not done after we get root on this box. We have more real-life penetration testing things to do. Who's saying this? Sounds like Ryan Key. I have no idea. Finish it with echo. Yeah, you probably could put echo there, too. I'm going to try just removing the semicolon and see if that does it. God damn, how long is this going to take? Holy shit. Yep. I can ping it. We just got to get some of this in here, I think. Okay, are we going to be able to connect with WinRM ever? There we go. We did it. Okay, good work, team. Net user, Brittany CR. Slash domain, so it applies to the domain. Yep. So we've done that. I'm going to try just removing the semicolon at the end. See if that does it. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay. Did it run yet? No. So we'll wait until it runs. Give it a minute. If it runs again, it probably worked because it means the script didn't error out. If the script does error out, we'll try it with that echo statement. I can't use a comment because the script is using a regex to look for PowerShell comments. You could probably do a reverse shell as well. I just don't favor that in this kind of situation. God damn it. Please tell me it didn't break again. I hate this. Like, if you have an incorrect syntax on this script, it just breaks. I think it is running. It's just breaking. Like, our syntax is incorrect somehow. What is incorrect about this syntax? Like, honestly, what is incorrect about this syntax, chat? Does anyone see anything wrong with this syntax? It could just be the echo. Test locally. I can't really test the script locally. Come on. God damn it. It's broken again. The administrators group always exists. Yep. We're not in there. Come on, dude. The script ran again and it broke. I don't know what's wrong with this. Usually it doesn't break with special characters like this. I guess it could be since it's PowerShell. Maybe it... I hate this. I'll try it again. No, we're going to have even more special characters that way. With a reverse shell. We'll make it work. Let's just try removing this exclamation point. We'll just do Cthulhu fhtagn 1, 2, 3. Maybe that'll satisfy the password complexity requirements. We can actually find out what the password complexity requirements are. We'll just leave it at that. Gotta wait for the box to spin back up for the third time. Because whoever made the box didn't expect that, decided to have a single mistake break it. You shouldn't need to do that, the Alistra. You shouldn't need to do that. You should just be able to put in, based on what I saw in the script, you should just be able to put a semicolon in there and it'll work fine. Gotta wait for the box to spin back up again. And every time the box spins up, it takes 5 minutes because it's a domain controller. So I can have one try at getting the syntax correct. Waiting on the box. But you're setting the initial test net connection command to nothing, which is going to timeout fail. I don't think it will. I guess I'll throw google.com in there, I suppose. I don't think that can necessarily break it. I'm just afraid of trying to overthink this. I'm afraid of trying to overthink it. We can try that. That seems reasonable. I don't want to try and overcomplicate it is the thing. I don't know why WinRM takes 40 minutes to exit every time. But we're going to have to give it a second. I have found that 90% of pen testing is figuring out why I'm stupid. Sometimes you just have a frustrating exploit like this. We're gonna get there, don't worry. The real pain in the ass is how long it takes for the box to completely reset. Come on, dude. Is the net user command? Yeah, we're just trying to add a user. We're trying to add a new user and then add it to the local administrators. That's it. Maybe this is the wrong file. Oh, no, it's definitely the right file. It's definitely... The file is breaking the script. We know it's executing the script, the file. The problem is that the file... I don't think it's running as a scheduled task. I think the script is just running in a constant loop. So for whatever reason, the user did not set up a scheduled task, which would have been the better way to do it. Instead, the user just logged in as whatever user they wanted to run it as, and then just executed the script in an endless loop. Which means if the script ever errors out, it just dies and you have to reset the entire thing. Come on, dude. Just connect to the fucking box. Or 5 minutes and counting for this box to spin up. I hate this. This sucks. We've seriously wasted 20 minutes on this stream waiting for the fucking box to start up. Jesus Christ. We'll see if it accepts that command. Okay, it does accept that. So maybe it was the exclamation point. All right. See if that does it. I hope I don't have to reset this box again.
Hey.
7:38. It just ran. Nope, we still are not in there. Come on, you bastard. Don't break. If it runs again and we get log output, we probably have it. I hate this. Did it? I think it broke again. Come on, dude. This is so obnoxious. Guys, I don't know what's gonna... I have no command output. I have to sit here for 5 minutes again. This is such a stupid priv-esque. Oh my god, this is so dumb. What is wrong with my syntax? I can't find out what it is because I don't ever get to see command output, and I have to wait 5 fucking minutes for the box to spin up again. God fucking damn it! Can this... Whoever made this box can go fuck themselves. Like, this is absolutely asinine. I'm not pinging a host, then it's gonna break it again. I don't know why it's breaking. I don't know why it's breaking. This is so obnoxious, dude. I'm terminating the box again. I don't know how many more tries I have on this, guys. We have to root this box because we need to run Mimikatz on it in order to get something for a later box. It's not going to be any different in RDP. It's not going to be any different in RDP. The same problem is going to present itself in RDP. That the script is not actually running as a scheduled task, I don't think. It's just running in the background. And if it errors out at all, it just errors and stops running. It shouldn't matter if I'm creating a new user or not. You don't usually want to change the local admin box password because that'll probably break stuff. What the fuck is the goddamn problem? Honestly, what in the holy fuck is the goddamn problem here? I don't want to run it on my host. I honestly have no fucking idea what in the goddamn fuck is the problem. I am sick of resetting this entire box to have another fucking shot at this. I honestly don't even know what it wants me to do. If I went for a reverse shell, it's going to be even more complicated. I don't want to try to make this any more complicated than it is. This is the simplest payload I can think of that will give me code execution. I guess we could try adding an echo at the end here. Again, it really sucks how I have to reset the entire fucking box to do this. This is so fucking asinine. I honestly don't even know what to do. I'm so tired of resetting the entire box. I have to wait for 5 minutes every single fucking time. We're coming on 4 fucking hours, and I have to reset this box and wait for a full 5 fucking minutes before I get to do it again. Whoever made this box can go and fuck themselves. Who made this box? It doesn't say. Probably because they know they can go and fuck themselves. Andreas. Fuck you, Andreas. Fuck you. Just make it a scheduled task, for fuck's sake. EtsySec, you clearly haven't been here before. If you don't know, if you don't know that we mulled on this stream, okay? We could try the and. We could certainly try and. I don't see why it'd be any different. The semicolon's equivalent to the and.
What are you doing, step bro?
I don't know. I'm just so fucking tired of resetting this box. This is such a stupid little thing, too. So easily fucking fixable. If they just ran the stupid script in a scheduled task, instead of just executing it from psexec system prompt or some shit. Take 4, or whatever this is, of trying to root this to correct this very simple problem. Thank you, Teddington. Have a good one. We tried that, Edgewalker. It didn't do anything. It broke it again. Everything is breaking it. Everything just breaks it. I genuinely do not know. We've tried like 4 or 5 different things. We've had to reset the fucking box every single time. We still have to wait another minute. It's still not done spinning up. Box takes 5 fucking minutes to set up. This will work, or I donate 5 subs. Okay, well, I genuinely don't even want those subs. I just want this shit to fucking work. I'm tired of waiting for this dumb box to spin up. Hang on one sec, real quick. Ah! I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. This makes perfect sense, chat. This makes this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. In fairness, why would I assume that you could have a password longer than 14 characters? Why in the world would anyone want a password longer than 14 characters, chat? Why would anyone want a password longer than 14 characters? That just seems excessive. That seems excessive.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
I'm not mad. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. We're okay. Just gonna take a deep breath. There we go. It's okay. We're all okay, chat. We're gonna take some deep breaths. We're taking some deep breaths. We're okay. We're okay. Get rid of this fucking garbage. Did I say garbage? Did I say fucking? No, this is a very zen, very heterosexual stream, okay? We're still gonna keep the echo on the end, because I do suspect that may be necessary. I'm okay. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. You're upset. If you're upset, chat. Why did it let me set Brittany CR's password as that same password? Ah! Why does it let me set Brittany CR's password as that password, as Cthulhu fhtagn 123? But not... You know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's alright. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. It was less of... No, it was the same password. I was using the same password. That was the whole point, because I knew that password worked with their password policy. I should have done what I said. I should have used crackmap.exec to check the password policy. You can use crackmap.exec to check the password policy, like, thusly. Let me demonstrate it. Check the password policy this way. It doesn't say maximum password length. It doesn't have a maximum password length. It must be a local account group policy. This is a domain account, and I'm adding a local account. So there must be a different password policy for local accounts. Shin Ryzen, by the way, thank you so much for indoctrinating Top Clean, Sukaibaru, Mind of Walter, Jeezy Baku, and Ray Ghost. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Did it run? It ran a minute ago. I think we're okay. There we go. Da 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 da. I'm not even gonna play it. It doesn't deserve it. It doesn't deserve it, chat. It doesn't deserve it. Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Holy shit, I'm so pissed. I mean, I'm not mad. Are you mad? Now we have to do local auth here because we're authenticating with a local account. What password did I use, chat? I thought I used Cthulhu123. What password did I use? Why can't... Maybe it doesn't want local auth? I'm so weird. It's so weird what's going on here. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't like local auth. We're authenticating with a local account. I'm not even going to ask. I don't care anymore. Okay, now I need to WinRM. Okay, I have to remind myself. Scripts. Okay. So what do we need to do now, chat? We're not done. We have local admin. What are we doing now? And this is what you would also do on a real assessment. What would you do on a real assessment? Nefarious. Thank you so much for the 6 months of Prime. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Fromaster with the 8 months of Prime. Welcome back. Eris and Bevan, thank you for the follows. Wemex Nebo, thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Fountain to you, my friend. Credentials.
That fine addition to my collection.
We want fine additions to our collection. The easiest way to do this is thusly. There's several ways you could do this. This is the way I'm going to do it on most assessments. For many reasons. Fire.Windcorp. TryHackMe. Blue 1, 2, 3. Hopefully the Norwegians will not get us on this one. I'm not mad. You're mad, chat. Hopefully the Norwegians won't cuck us on this one. What, did they map the numbers to different buttons? No, I think we're okay. Alrighty. So we now have admin access to the domain controller. I don't need the server manager. Please go away. I need the task manager. Yeah, please take your time. More details. Details. Which process? Which process am I concerned with, chat? Elsass. We want okay, this is the least heterosexual part of the stream. We want to access the Elsass. Okay, the Elsass. This process right here. The local system authority subsystem service. This process, what is LSAS? LSAS, it's a good question. LSAS manages the security policy for the domain. Manages for the machine. Every time a user authenticates to the box, they're authenticating to LSAS. LSAS is what checks the user's credentials, and LSAS is what maintains user session information like tokens. So it's LSAS that we are concerned about. You're going to right-click on the lsas.exe. You're going to come down here to create dump file. It always makes it in the user's temp directory. That's fine. I like to open the file explorer and go to that directory here. And we can just move it to the desktop. There we go. Okay. So this is now a dump of LSAS memory. We don't need this anymore. We can exit out. And we can crack map exec. Get file. Hopefully I remember this correctly. Users, Alhazred, desktop, lsas.dmp. So we're just going to download a file. You can do this with crackmap exec. God fucking damn it. Is a directory. Okay, we're giving it what file to save it as. Oh, you know what? It might break. Yeah, object not found because I forgot to put the double. I have to escape the backslashes because Bill Gates, in his wisdom, decided to make, for whatever reason, backslashes the directory delineators. In his wisdom. It's going to take a second. Errors while reading from remote. Great. Well, I guess we're going to evil WinRM then. I don't know why I'm getting errors reading from remote. Let's just exit out of here. And we'll just log in as Alhazred. All of this is actually futile because we don't need credentials. It's not actually credentials I'm after here. But I'm showing this to you because, again, the goal is not necessarily to root the box. The goal is to make you a better pen tester. Okay. We'll exit out here. That's not good. Mini dump parsing error. Oh, it didn't actually fucking download! Come on. I don't know why this has never given me this much trouble ever in my entire life. Let's go back to free RDP. Did the dump get made properly? The struggle continues. Hey, this is just what happens, dude. Properties. Did this dump actually get generated? Yeah. The dump is there. I don't know what I don't know why it didn't fucking download. Let's just sudo, make sure we're not having any permissions problems. It seems to be downloading instantly, but it doesn't actually download. Yeah, it's not actually downloading. RDP with shared folders? Like, I could mount a shared folder, yeah. I just don't see a need. I have WinRM. I don't know why it's not downloading. Okay, fuck it. I'm not struggling with it anymore. This box is so fucking weird. That's not even going to get us what we need anyways. To get what I need, to get what I actually want, I'm going to need... I think I can do it with invoke Mimikatz. It's probably the easiest way. Oh, fuck it. We're just put the actual Mimikatz. Where's the actual Mimikatz? There's no Windows Defender, I don't think, on this target, so fuck it. Opt. Go to GitHub, get the latest release of Mimikatz. I don't want to build it. Releases. Okay. X64. Mimikatz.exe. Sudo python 3 tag m. Okay, free RDP. Oh, I'm in fucking System 32. And there we go. It'll run better in CMD. Mimikatz.exe. Okay. Okay. Progress. All right, what do we want? Does anybody remember what we want here? Well, we do want credentials. The first thing you would want is securlsa logon passwords. So the way Mimikatz commands work, and this first word is the module, and then you put 2 colons, and then you specify the command inside of that module. So we're using the securlsa module and the logon passwords command. This is the most common command you're going to run with Mimikatz. Oh, I forgot. The first thing you always have to do in Mimikatz is to do privilege debug. You need debug permissions. If you get this privilege 20 okay, you're fine. Now you do logon passwords. And now this is all of the current user sessions in LSASS. As you can see, this is the This is for the system account, the Fire system account, and this is the NTLM hash of the computer password. This is not necessary for rooting this box. To be clear, this is not necessary for rooting this box. It's necessary. It is necessary purely to, first of all, to demonstrate what you do on a real assessment. Mimikatz, the only thing that's a bigger friend to you than Mimikatz on a real assessment is Bloodhound. Okay? Bloodhound, Crackmap Exec, and Mimikatz are absolutely your best friends on any internal assessment, I guarantee it. Do you use Mimikatz? Oh my god, I use it so much. I don't usually just drop it on disk like this. I do not usually just drop Mimikatz on disk. There's 100 ways for me to run Mimikatz without having to drop it directly on disk like this. The most common way is what I was trying to do before. The most common way that I personally use is I create a dump of the LSAS process, download it, and then I run Mimikatz on my own on this LSAS dump offline. That's usually what I do. In this case, that's not working because Evil WinRM is being a little bitch and I don't feel like debugging it. Here we have username SadSwan869, and we have his NTLM hash here. Sometimes you'll see clear text passwords in here if wdigest is enabled. Sometimes a security, special security provider? No. System security provider or something will be enabled. These are like optional modules for LSAS that can store clear text credentials sometimes. Sometimes you'll see clear text credentials there. You'll at least see NTLM hashes. But Mimikatz can do a lot more than just that. Help. Get happy. Okay, how do I get the DPAPI backup keys? I need the DPAPI backup key, the Data Protection API backup keys. I need the backup keys. So this is not relevant right now. You need this for another box in the future. Happy? No, it's the Data Protection API. It's abbreviated DPAPI. DPAPI. Data Protection API. DPAPI. This is it. LSA dump backup keys. It's possible to export the backup keys from the domain controller. To begin, let's perform a sort. The Data Protection API is using several. So, as I explained before, very briefly, Windows is designed to be as user-friendly as possible to the user. Okay? So, when you type a password into Windows, Windows will ask you if you want to remember it, right? What do you think happens when you tell Windows to remember passwords for you? It uses something called the Data Protection API, DPAPI. Okay? This is all the Data Protection API is a framework for encrypting blobs of data and then decrypting them all transparently to the user. Okay? Every user is going to have a Data Protection API key that they're going to use that's going to be used by Windows behind the scenes. The user doesn't have to actually see the key or even know that it exists. Windows just generates a key for you and uses it to decrypt the password. But the question is asked, what if that key becomes corrupted or deleted or lost or something? How can the user access their passwords? Well, in a domain environment, the domain controller has backup keys. The domain controller has backup keys. The backup keys can be used to decrypt the master key of any user in the entire domain. Does that make sense? Can you change the encryption method? Not to my knowledge, no. So, the data protection API is used by several components of the operating system to securely store passwords, encryption keys, or any other type of sensitive data. This mechanism can also be used in a domain environment. In that case, a copy of the user's master key is encrypted using the data protection API domain backup key that is known to all domain controllers. This means that because the backup key is what is actually used to generate the master key for every user on the domain, so it can be used again. To regenerate that user's master key. That's basically how it works. So if you compromise this backup key, you can decrypt anybody's passwords in the entire domain. How do you fix this? You don't. You don't. Literally, you cannot reset the backup key. You cannot change the backup key without fully rebuilding the entire domain from the ground up. Okay? So, compromise of this backup key is obviously a big deal. This means that by using the data protection API domain backup keys, it's possible to access any domain user master key. This allows a potential attacker to decrypt any user's secrets stored in the context of the domain. To get the backup keys with Mimikatz, execute the following command. And there's the key. This is what we need. This is not necessary for this box. It's necessary for another box later on in the this in the Raw series. So I'm doing this now so I don't have to do it again when we come to that box. System fire. It wants the host name and then export. There we go. So what we really want is this one, the PVK file. That contains the private key. Now, if I try to go and download this, is dude, these Knuckles. This Knuckles stuff is a fucking bop. These, the Knuckles Stages soundtrack is a fucking bop. This is Pumpkin Hill Zone. It's fucking great. Sudo, Impacket, SMB, SMB server. I'm gonna try to set up a file, a shared folder. Let's mixture, dpappy. Okay, we need TAC SMB support. Share name is going to be Cthulhu, and the share path is going to be dpappy. Fuck's sakes. SMB2 support. You're going to have to add SMB2 support with most modern Windows installations. So at this point, we can I'll just do this rather than trying to remember the command. I know it's just net use, but I can just do this. Add a network location. Since I have remote desktop, I don't care. I don't want to connect with a broadband connection. No. Okay, it's frozen. Add a custom network location. Here we go. Okay. 10.2.54.81, which is my IP address. And then the share name is Cthulhu. Next. You're going to see some stuff happen over here. If it is not frozen. It appears to be thinking. Yippee. I guess I should have used netuse. 10.2. Why does everything have to be such a gigantic pain in the ass? I don't want a broadband connection. Please. Oh my god. Custom network location. There it goes. There it goes. I don't know what it's complaining about. Why is everything such a gargantuan pain in the ass, dude? Your organization's security policies block unauthenticated access. For fuck's sakes, dude. The user who made this, the guy who made this box is so fucking up his own ass with needless bullshit. That just makes your life harder. Alright, let's try it again. There it goes. So we've mounted the shared folder. There shouldn't be anything in the shared folder. I haven't put anything there yet. Why can I not see... Why can I not... I can't see the X drive in there for some reason. Copy C. Desktop. NTDS. Did this even work? Okay, it looks like it did. Okay, which one did I take first? It was the .der. Except there isn't a .der. No, I probably just couldn't see the copy. Okay, we're copying that. Copying .pfx. Does not exist. Okay. And then I just need .key. I think I just need the .pfx file, but I'm not 100% sure about that, so I'm just going to copy them all, just in case. Okay. All right. I think we have everything now. Okay. Get rid of this. And we have all of the Deep Happy stuff now. Great. So we've completely compromised the domain. We have credentials. On the domain controller, if you use Mimikatz on a domain controller, it's almost always going to give you the domain administrators. Or at least 1 or 2 domain administrators, so you have stuff. You have domain admin credentials there. Anybody have any questions? Does anybody have any questions? A little long-ass stream today. Long-ass stream today, but that's all right. We learned stuff. The only really frustrating part was that stupid fucking password limitation. God damn, that was annoying. Holy shit. Can I have a raise? I don't pay you anything. Man, who are we rating? Black Sheep Spicy. Oh, it looks like this guy's doing TryHackMe. Black Sheep Spicy doing TryHackMe. We like that. We'll raid him.
Not that we have access to the temp file right now, but we're gonna see for sure. Yeah, that's where it's.
I DM'd you on Discord. Okay, yeah, I'll get back to you on Discord as soon as we get off here. If you didn't get a lot of it thinking the fly, that's fine. That's totally fine. Hopefully you just learned something, and that's what the important thing is. The important thing is not to understand everything. It's to understand some things and go to bed every night knowing a little bit more than you did yesterday. Okay? Thanks, everyone, for being here. If you have questions you'd like to ask me offline, feel free to DM me or send me emails or whatever you'd like to do. I'm always available, my fans. Sorry for a little bit of molding there. Like, again, if you haven't been here on the stream, like, you just get frustrated sometimes. It just happens. But the key is to just be persistent and not give up. And that's what I showed you today. So you can get mad. Sometimes sometimes it helps to just scream a little bit. Sometimes it helps. But just keep trying. Just don't give up. All right. I'll see you guys on Sunday. Oh, yeah, see you Saturday. We're going to be doing Hack the Box group on Saturday. If you would like, I'll post another announcement on Saturday to remind you guys. Probably be 1 p.m. Eastern. I think that's when they release the new Hack the Box machine. Yeah, and then next stream will be on Sunday. Go to bed tonight knowing a little bit more than you did yesterday. I'll see you guys again when the stars are right. Have a good night, day, or whatever time it is wherever you are. Stay safe and get vaccinated.